Welcome everybody to Raceway Park for the final round of the Gambler. We have a full field of drivers out here ready to get into qualifying. Our drivers have already run through their practice session. They are dialed in, machines are ready. A couple of machines already falling out. Mike Knapp already having to switch his machine, relying on that old S13 to get the job done here. A plethora of other drivers. Our points leader, Chris Stevens, warming up his tires as we speak. With Trevor Root shortly behind him, only a handful of points separating these guys in the Point Series Championship. So these guys are not only competing for a championship points podium, but also the podium here today. Trevor Root's definitely not going to let that slide. Stevens looking solid throughout the entire season. Root currently going into Pro Spec next year, building a whole new chassis. Trevor Root's been on fire, taking wins left and right from a collection of series. But up first, we have Chris Stevens on the line to take his first qualifying lap.
You bet. He's the leader of the points currently, and he's going to kick off qualifying for us today. He's looking to hang onto that #1 spot and maybe even end up on the podium later today. And it's safe to say everyone else here is looking to take that away from him.
Yeah, definitely. There's a ton of quality talent out here. A lot of machines that are more than capable. A lot of machines that aren't capable, like Brian Hopp's VQ-powered S13. This guy's got a weapon sitting at MA Motorsports, and he brought out his jazz instrument.
I wouldn't go too hard on him, Mike, because I would not count Brian Hopp out. If he can clutch kick enough, he might just make it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we should do a clutch kick count through
We
just
should.
turn one. We also have Tim Frito out there with his BMW, just out here to shake up the points. And also a returning heater, a legend of sorts, Barry back out here.
Barry is here in the flesh. If you don't believe us, tune into the live stream and check him out for yourself. He's about halfway down in the qualifying order.
With that being said, thank you guys for joining us on Facebook and YouTube for this final round of the Gambler. Thousands of dollars on the line for these drivers. If you guys are joining us here at Raceway Park, enjoy this beautiful New Jersey weather. Stop by the grease truck, grab a snack, or the bar and grab one of those drink specials. And we're going to get started here momentarily with Chris Stevens, our current points leader, taking our first qualifying lap. So thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you guys get onto that live stream, check out those drone shots from our entire media crew, and hang out when we'll get to the action here momentarily.
I'm not even going to attempt Barry's last name. Can we get this on?
I think we just turned it on.
All right, away we go. And away we go. Chris Stevens going to take the first qualifying lap here today. Entering well before that 3-2-1 cone and out into the first outer zone. Looks to be filling that first outer zone completely. This guy, you're going to hear him on limiter this entire run. Gets out to that second outer zone nicely, coming down the hill to the third outer zone on limiter as he crosses across that first and only inner clip. And coming into that fourth outer zone, that is what I'm talking about. I judge heavy off that outer zone. Good thing I am not a judge. Does really well in the hairpin, filling that completely as he transitions across the reference point and up into that sixth and final outer zone of the bank turn. Woo! The bar is high.
All right, super solid first qualifying lap out of Chris Stevens, our current points leader in the Gambler Series. You can see him clicking into outside one, nice and deep, almost deeper than the line boxes are laid out on the course here at Raceway Park. Clicks into that outside zone, doing super well. A lot of a fluidity coming out of Stevens' car going into that inside clip right there. He rotates that S13 back up, that LS screaming, bouncing off the limiters, those poor push rods. Stevens rotates it into that hairpin, doing a solid job here. Definitely a great way to kick off qualifying for our final round here at the Gambler here at Raceway Park. Our judges are deliberating over our scores, and it looks like Chris Stevens will start off the day with an 88. I repeat, an 88 for Chris Stevens. Our second driver up on the line, Trevor Root. You can see him poised, ready to take his first qualifying run with that LSA supercharged V8 underneath that E36 BMW's bonnet. Trevor Root has been running around a plethora of series, taking wins and podiums left and right, securing his spot into the Formula Drift Prospect season for the 2023. Trevor Root already having a ton of success here at the Gambler, sitting second in points with only one round of points separating him and Chris Stevens from taking home an extra check past the podiums. Looking forward to Trevor Root battling here today, but first he's got to take this first qualifying pass.
All right, we're going to get our next driver on the line. Our second place in points, Trevor Root. Trevor Root has also earned his Prospect license, so you'll be able to see him in Formula Drift next season. Very exciting to have one of our own up in the big leagues, Mike. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Trevor Root taking his first of two qualifying laps, entering right at that one of the 3-2-1 cones and coming in nice and smooth to that first outer zone. You're gonna hear his V8 screaming as he comes down the hill. Nice aggressive flick into outer zone number 2, looking smooth down the hill to fill outer zone number 3 as he transitions across that only inner clip and out to outer zone number 4. He does it. Nice job. Leaves a little bit early for my taste, but he's setting himself up nice for outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Coming across the reference point for the judges and up into the 6th and final outer zone. Super high on the wall. Nice job by Trevor Root. Give it up.
As already spoken about before, Trevor Root recently obtaining his Prospect license. Root is not shy to understanding what is being asked from our judges here at the Gambler. You can see Root doing a great job going through outside zone 2, curling himself into outside 3. That E36 BMW looking nice and smooth through that front inside clip as he rotates, staying on power. Tire smoke still coming off the back end of that BMW as he works his way into outside 4. He rotates up into that last outside zone here at the hairpin at Raceway Park, and Trevor Root doing a phenomenal job here at qualifying, looking to take those points away from Stevens. He's going to sit with an 82, currently sitting position 2, right behind Chris Stevens with that 88. Our next driver warming up his tires right now, Michael Napkins. Mike Knapp pulling up with that 1 Series BMW. A bold choice, as in with practice, he was having some belt issues, looking to see if he can get one last hurrah out of this car and maybe not have to rely on that S13 sitting in the parking lot.
So our rule for drivers here is the car that they qualify in, they have to compete in. So he's taking a big gamble here at the Gambler by qualifying in his pro car first.
Look at that dad joke out of Sarah
Nice
as
job.
Mike Knapp clicks into outside 1. Super deep, a little
Going in
three-wheel
nice and
action.
wide.
Knapp doing a great job keeping the car on the asphalt here after riding off the dirt through outside 1. It looks like that power steering belt's staying on for that 1 Series now as Mike Knapp works his way through inside clip, rotates out to that final, or that outside zone number 4. Definitely not the final zone here. We have 7 of them all the way out here at Raceway Park. Going through the hairpin, he needs to keep it on the asphalt just right to the edge of there. Mike Knapp's 1 Series BMW doing a great job. That Thrash Brothers Molino Tires BMW up on the bank wall here at Raceway Park, showing off for the judges and across the city. I mean, I got to just assume the belt stayed on for that run. A solid qualifying lap here out of Mike Knapp. You can see a little 3-wheel action getting the run started here out of Mike Knapp. And that 1 Series doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, he's got to be really proud of that run. He was not sure as he was talking to the judges before qualifying, but that looked pretty sure to me, Mike.
He looks like he clicked right a little shy of outside 3 there. But with all the extra driving that Mike Knapp's been doing and now finding a little more confidence in this chassis here, this final round's definitely heating up here at the Gambler. Looking forward to Mike going into battles. Chris Stevens sitting currently in position 1, followed by Trevor Root. This also happens to be the points standing. Waiting on our judges' final deliberation for the score, and a 67 out of Mike Knapp, a 67 out of that 1 Series BMW and Mike Knapp. Our next driver on the line, another recently Pro-Spec roster-added driver, Tyler Foley, piloting that BMW powered by a V8 under the hood.
All right.
That truck engine under there.
Truck boys, Team Truck Motors, here we go. Also entering at the 1 of the 3-2-1 cone. You know, the drivers can enter all the way to the 3, but a lot of them are choosing to enter early and really show the judges how much style they actually bring into this run. Nice job hitting both the first 2 zones as he comes down the hill looking super settled. The 3rd outer zone coming screaming across that inner clip and coming out to that 4th outer zone, filling it completely, looking super smoky, coming into that 5th outer zone of the hairpin. Nice job by Tyler Foley. Foot through the firewall on that one. Coming to that bank turn of the 6th and final outer zone. Great showing by Tyler Foley, sitting 4th in the points.
A super solid qualifying lap out of Foley as he clicks in the outside 1. A little shy getting in, but then super deep in all the entirety of outside zone number 1. Clicks into outside 2 and starts drumming down the hill here at Raceway Park. Clicks right into outside 3, keeping that orange BMW exactly where he needs to go. Nice and poised past that front inside clip and out into outside 4. Nice and early, making Sarah proud through outside zone number 4 and rotates it up through the hairpin. Foley, that truck engine V8 underneath the hood, doing a phenomenal job here at the Gambler. Looking forward to see what the judges are going to weigh it, and it looks like the judges are going to award a 75 for that run, a 75 out of Tyler Foley and the orange BMW. And here we go, our next qualifying driver on the line, Jimmy Revert in that blue S13, I believe, and also a V8 underneath the hood as it screams up through outside zone number 1. Super deep, maybe pulling out outside 1 a little early, but a nice throttle commitment going to the outside 2 and a lot of momentum going down the hill here. A little bit of manipulation going to the outside 3 as Jimmy rotates it past that first inside clip. Clicks out, needs to get deep into outside 4, clicking into the outside zone box now as Jimmy rotates it up into the hairpin here at Raceway Park. Revert doing a good job, keeping it nice and solid throughout the entirety of that outside zone. Over the reference point here, that's for our judges and you guys at home to understand where our drivers need to be. And Jimmy, a nice solid, solidified lap here for his first qualifying pass here at Raceway Park. For you guys joining us on Facebook and YouTube, you guys can see the replay at the drone. If you're not joining us here, make sure you get onto Facebook and YouTube where you can see the exact same footage our judges are using to judge these runs. Jimmy Revert, you can see him rotating that car through the center section in that front inside clip, all the way out to outside zone number 4. That S13 looks super dialed. He's been doing a great job throughout practice. Looking forward to watching Jimmy get into the battles here, but waiting for our judges' scores. And it looks like he's going to get a nice score with a 69. All right, it looks like our next driver on the line, ready to go. Sarah, why don't you go ahead and take this one?
Here we go. Chris Knapp himself entering again at that first cone. These drivers are getting wild today. All the way out to the edge of that first outer zone. So smoky we can barely see him here from the judges' tower as he gets in that second outer zone and makes his way down the hill. I think he's doing a great job, looking very smooth and settled. Maybe not quite as much angle as we want to see in that center section there, but he does manage to get all the way out to that 4th outer zone. Slowing it just a little bit to get to that 5th outer zone of the hairpin, and he gets all the way to the edge. Great job by Chris Knapp. Coming across the reference point and up into that 6th and final outer zone of the bank turn. Pouring smoke as he comes across the finish line. Give it up for Chris Knapp.
Already with a taillight harness hanging out of the back end of that IS300. Not scared from getting that car up against the wall here at Raceway Park. Chris Knapp, operator of East Coast Drift School out here with that JZ-powered IS300. We apologize for you guys at home on the stream. Our drone guys were reloading some batteries, but got up into flight. As you can see, Chris Knapp jumping into outside zone number 4. Our judges here were keeping a close eye as Chris Knapp's working his way through his first qualifying run. A little bit of a bobble for Chris, working himself into the landing in the hairpin, but a nice solidified reference point and up into that last final zone across the Raceway Park banner on the bank here, and solid across the finish. A solid first lap here out of Chris Knapp for his first qualifying pass. Our next driver sitting on the line, Nicholas Delicious. Nick D'Alessio with that 1J powered S13. This used to be a Formula D Pro car, I believe, in 2013.
Way back in the day, bro.
Way back in the day. And Chris Knapp is going to get a 79, a 7.9 for Chris Knapp's first qualifying pass. Here goes Nicholas Delicious taking his first qualifying run here.
We're really moving through these drivers as Nick enters at that one cone. He's got a ton less power, so that is an aggressive move in compared to some of the other drivers here. He's zooming through that first outer zone as he comes across to that second outer zone. Nice job filling both of those. Coming down the hill into the third outer zone. I don't know what's dangling off the back bumper, but it's a good show. Slowing down quite a bit as he comes to the fourth outer zone. The judges are definitely going to want to take a look at that right there. But coming in nice and steady into the fourth outer zone, fifth outer zone of the hairpin turn. Screaming across that reference point and up into the sixth and final bank turn. A little low, but a great first showing by Mr. Delicious.
It's never a good thing when the judges harmonize with an ooh. But unfortunately, Nick D'Alessio, a little bit of a bobbles there through his first qualifying lap, but looking super solid to kick it off. Clicking into those first 2 outside zone boxes like a professional. Getting into outside 3 nice and deep. He rotates in past that first inside clip, doing a great job. Here's where that little bobble going into outside 4, making the judges harmonize into a chorus. Nick D'Alessio doing a great job, rotating it up past the hairpin here, clicking his boxes off. We like to see a little more confidence in his transitions, in his lands, but otherwise, Nick D'Alessio doing a great job here at Raceway Park, the final round of the Gambler. And a 62 for Nick Delicious, 62 for Nick D'Alessio. Up next on the line, the shake 'em up, the wild card here, Tim Frito.
Tim stood on the podium last time we saw him here, so I'm excited.
I've
Frito.
watched Tim Frito drive a BMW 2002. He swapped the carburetors and kept the same sticks he found in the vacuum lines. This dude, I've watched him jump that same car over BMX dirt jump, so I'm looking forward to Tim Frito taking his first qualifying pass here.
And away we go. Super aggressive flick to enter as he's zooming up to that first outer zone, all the way in the throttle. No question on his commitment here. He does leave that zone just a little tiny bit early, but this man is moving down the hill, hitting both of his other zones, getting nice and deep in outer zone number 3, coming across that inner clip and around to our fourth outer zone, filling that one nicely as well. Not a bad job. Coming into that fifth outer zone of the hairpin, getting all the way to the edge, not leaving an inch of that zone unfilled, across that reference point and up into our sixth and final zone of the bank turn. Hey, great job by Tim Frito.
If this was a horse race, I'd betting on that horse. Tim Frito looking super solid going in for his first qualifying pass. Leaves outside 1 just a tad early, but rotates that BMW up to outside 2 and starts carrying that momentum all the way through outside 3. He can rotate that car up past that first inside clip, the only inside clip here at Raceway Park. Gets that BMW nice and deep into outside 4, just like Sarah wants him to. Rotates up to that hairpin. Frito doing a phenomenal job keeping that BMW nice and fluid throughout our course here at Raceway Park. And I'm looking forward to him going into the battles here for the final round of the Gambler. While our judges are deliberating on Frito's final score, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Barry's out there, coming back on his bicycle, said it's just like a bike. He looks like he never left. Frito with a 75 on his first qualifying lap, a 75 for Frito's first qualifying lap. I'm looking forward for Barry's return, taking his first qualifying lap here in that iconic beat the crap BMW Blue Boy. That thing has seen abuse up and down. That thing has been operating, I have to say, for close to a decade now, and this thing is just taking a licking as Barry clicks into that first outside well before tons of aggression going into outside zone number 1. Barry clicks in just where he needs to be, super deep, going for the cone set out. Beyond the box here at outside 1, nice and deep in the outside 2, pulls off maybe a tad early, rotates down to outside 3, a little shy on 3, but he rotates back up to that first inside clip. Barry doing a phenomenal job getting out into outside zone number 4, nice and deep. You can see that drone following them all the way through. That turbo BMW rotates up into that hairpin. Barry doing a phenomenal job here, a lot of throttle commitment. Standing on her, going past that reference point, back up to the bank here. We need Barry nice and tight. And as always, Barry, the myth, the legend, a little contact with the wall to finish off his first qualifying pass here at the final round of the Gambler. Always a pleasure watching Barry drive. This guy's an animal. He's led plenty of people to their death around here, going as fast as he possibly can. Always a joy driving with Barry. I'm definitely looking forward to him tandeming and getting into the battles here, but already throwing down a good qualifying lap. We're going to have to wait for our judges for the final score on Barry. Barry with a 70, a 7-0, 70 for Barry. Our next driver up on the line, Jabbar Ramos, with the Barbie Boy pink 350Z with that committed service brand V8 underneath the hood. Burning up a spark plug during practice, getting this thing resituated and back up to par for his qualifying lap. Jabbar clicks in well early before that last initiation point, works his way into outside zone number 1. Getting nice and deep, maybe a little too deep. A little correction going into the outside zone 1. I know he told me he was trying to keep off the handbrake, trying to hold his momentum, maybe getting a little timid going into that outside zone. Unfortunately for him, that's probably going to be a throwaway for this first qualifying run here. But Jabbar, definitely not a stranger to little hiccups in comp. I've watched this man do a plethora of things between blowing an engine, his doors opening mid-tandem run. Jabbar has almost seen all of it. He is seasoned in the quirky, so he is ready for his second qualifying pass. He'll have to rely on that to get him into a good bracket position for the battles later today.
And you know what? That's why they get a second qualifying run. Nobody is perfect all the time. He can take what we saw here, the mistakes that we saw in entry, and just clean it up a little bit, and I think he'll put down a fantastic score. So.
I mean, we call this R&D for staged wheels.
R&D.
Jabbar's just making sure those wheels are up to snuff, you know? Like.
We need Mangle to grid immediately. Mangle to grid. If you are not on grid, you will forfeit.
With that being said, if you did not hear that, Mangle to the grid. Mangle to the grid.
There he is.
TRD's in the game. He's out there. He's working his way over to the grid now to take his qualifying pass. While he's warming up his tires, this would be a great reminder for you guys joining us here at Raceway Park live and in person. Thank you guys for coming out and joining us here in beautiful New Jersey. We have great weather here. We have the grease truck out with plenty of snacks and food. And also make sure you guys wander into Sneaky Pete's Bar where there's a ton of drink specials for you guys to enjoy. Sit in the bleachers and enjoy your drink and watch these guys qualify for our battles later here today. For you guys joining us on the internet, welcome. Thank you. Like and subscribe. You know, all the vlogger stuff on the YouTubes and the Facebooks. And thank you for joining me and Sarah as we commentate the battles and the qualifying here at the final round of the Gambler.
Exciting stuff. We got great weather, as you said. Some of the past Gamblers have been a little wild, so I am thankful for that. And if you're close enough to Raceway Park, come on out. Enjoy the day. We got a lot more drifting to do, and you can see the very first points champion get crowned later on today.
And here we go, Sarah. Why don't you go ahead and take this one away?
You got it, Mike. All right, here we go. Entering at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones. Super aggressive. We can hear that turbo spool all the way from the judges' tower. Doing a nice job of that first outer zone, but does leave it a little bit early, doing a rolling burnout into the second zone. Hey, whatever it takes to get to those zones. Does a nice job filling the third outer zone, coming around to that first inner clip. And nice and wide, does he get it? Not quite to that fourth outer zone. Detention from me. But he's making up for that by getting into that second half of the fifth outer zone. Coming across that reference point, popping and banging up into that final outer zone of the bank turn, and just a little bit low there as well. Hey, a decent run. He's definitely going to get some points on the board, but if I was a spotter, I would tell him to clean it up for that second run.
Yeah, Mangle with that IS300, the TRD, it's in the game livery on this Lexus as he rotates through the course here at Raceway Park. I believe a first-time Gambler competitor with this, at least with this chassis. He's out here working his way through. His final runs throughout practice, he ended up taking that rear bumper off, a little bit of a scuffle throughout. So hopefully the car and the machine's doing what he needs to do. Definitely not the qualifying run our judges are looking for here today, but a completion nonetheless should get some points on the board. And he gets a 43, a 4-3 for Mangle in his first qualifying pass. He's going to have to probably rely on that second qualifying pass to put him into a better position, but points on the board are points on the board.
You heard it, Mike. And you know what? This was a great first showing. If this is truly his first competition lap ever, I'm impressed. I saw 2 errors that if he cleaned up, he could be easily well higher in the points, so nice job. Next up, we have Steve Facenda, right? Steve Facenda taking off. Just kidding. I saw a white car and I got excited. Here he goes right into that first outer zone in that E30. Coming around, filling that zone really nicely as he's coming off to that second outer zone. Kevin Rosalski.
That white BMW E30 clicking through.
Coming around to that fourth outer zone, filling it nicely. Hey, points from me for that one. Coming around to the hairpin right in front of the judges. Getting nice and wide with that fifth outer zone of the bank. Across the reference point, tons of angle coming up to that bank turn. Getting nice and high. Excellent throttle commitment for that car. Nice job.
Another Gambler newbie, if I'm not mistaken. Doing a phenomenal job in his first qualifying run here. Rotates into that outside zone number 1, clicks into outside 2. That E30 BMW looking nice and poised going into outside 3. Pulls out of outside 3 a little early and rotates it into a front inside clip. Nice and tight in that front inside clip. That sacrificing 3 working for that BMW as he clicks into outside 4. Definitely getting his brownie points out of Sarah as he rotates into that hairpin. The E30 BMW looking phenomenal here, when the judges giving him the points to show with an 81 from our judges for his first qualifying pass, an 81 for Rosalski.
Kevin was an 81?
Yeah. That's a great score for Kevin on his very first qualifying run ever. I'm impressed, Mike.
Yeah, we got a lot of new faces here at this final round of the Gambler. It's a shame to watch these weapons of drivers come out for only the final round. If you guys want to get signed up for the Gambler, it was at racewaypark.com. You guys are going to have to watch that space for next year's allotment of competitions here and available at Raceway Park. But our next qualifying driver, Steve Facenda.
Here's Steve Facenda.
This one's Steve.
This one's Steve. Nice entry there. Super big coming into that first outer zone. Slowing down just a little bit there just to make sure he's in the proper spot for outer zone number 1, because that is a long one. Does a nice job filling outer zone number 2 as he's coming down the hill for outer zone number 3. Great job there as well. Lifting a bit to get that center section, that inner clip. Coming around, filling outer zone 4. Heck yeah, you love to see it. Outer zone number 5, doing a great job there, putting his tire all the way at the edge of the zone. Hey, great job by Steve Facenda. Coming into that 6th and final outer zone of our bank turn. Starts a little bit low, but ends up nice and high. Great job by Steve Facenda.
Steve Swaybar Facenda out there doing a great job here in his first qualifying lap. Clicking into outside zone number 1. A little bit of a bobble mid-zone, but cleans it up super quickly as he rotates that car up into outside zone 2. That S13 doing a phenomenal job, clicking into outside 3. And Steve, as you can see from our drone footage, solid past that front inside clip and rotates out into zone 4, making Sarah all jolly and happy inside as he rotates that S13 into that hairpin corner, nice and deep, riding that box all the way through its complexity, or completion, I'm sorry, and rotates through the reference point back up to the bank, and he's going to land himself with an 83. Steve Facenda with an 83 on his first qualifying pass.
Outer zone 4.
Away we go. This is Colin Cressette entering well before that first initiation cone. Does a nice job filling outer zone number 1. He's giving it all she's got, Captain. Oh no. Announcer's curse. Getting a little bit offline there, coming down the hill, but he's getting it back together. We love to see that. Does a decent job getting to outer zone number 4. Slowing down for outer zone number 5 of our hairpin turn. Laying it hitting the throttle there. Now, you love to see it, but you don't always love to hear it as he's transitioning over that reference point and up into that sixth and final outer zone of the bank turn. Nice job throwing in some angle there at the end. Great job by Cressette.
Definitely a solid first qualifying lap here, leaving a little bit for the luster here at outside 1, but cleans it up super solid on the exit going into outside 2. Obviously, all that extra momentum probably scared him out, and a little bit of help written on the door there, but cleans it back up through outside 3, rotates it to that front inside clip, and back out to outside 4. He's holding that G35, doing a great job as Cressette works his way out through 4 and rotates up to that hairpin. Definitely cool to see this G35 clicking off the boxes that he needed, leaving a little bit on the board for the judges, but looking forward to see what the judges give him and watching him tandem battle here shortly.
62.
And a 62 for Cressette, a 62.
Jay Lipton in his Corvette on the line. This is the first time that we'll see Lipton in competition here as well. Apparently he's not new to drifting, but this is his very first competition. I'm excited to see what he has to throw down.
A Lock City boy traveling all the way down to the Gambler. Maybe getting scumbagged in by all his friends down here.
Yeah.
Lipton looking super solid throughout practice with that C5 Corvette. Looking forward to watching him battle as he was a demon in the chase position, but here taking his first lead position into that outside zone. Maybe a little shy getting in, but now locking himself in, pulling away from outside zone a little early, but that Corvette holding its grip and rotates into outside 2. Lipton doing a good job trying to keep that car under power to get out to outside 3. That C5 Corvette rotates up to that first inside clip. A 1 hash mark off the cone as he rotates into that last, or that outside zone number 4. A little shy, could be a little deeper, but he's still in the box as he rotates up to the hairpin. Lipton doing a good job here manipulating this Raceway Park course at the final round of the Gambler. That C5 Corvette rotating over that reference point back up to the bank. Lipton trying to put an exclamation point on this first qualifying lap here. Nice and solid, staying in drift all the way past the wall there. It looks like Lipton's having a good time. We're gonna have to lean on our judges for the first qualifying lap here. As you can see our drone, you can showcasing him getting a little late into outside 1. Definitely not the most strongest outside 1 we've ever seen, but he starts to clean it up through outside 2, rotates it down to outside 3. That C5 Corvette looking nice and solid through the front inside clip. A good solid rotation, setting the car up nice and wide for outside 4.
6-8.
And a 68. All these inputs and all that noise with a 68 for his first qualifying lap here out of our judges are the final round of the Gambler. Our next driver sitting poised on the line. You can see him driving his Jazz machine, that VQ with a plenum spacer powered S13, a Brian the Hopp Quake Hopp. This dude has a monstrosity of a vehicle getting built over at MA Motorsports. I'm looking forward to him.
I think you're just
piloting
excited
that
to
jet.
see it, Mike.
Look, this dude yeeted a
We've
wheel
been hearing
like
about
3
it
stories
for so long.
into the air with a VQ.
Well, fingers crossed he doesn't yeet another because he's entering at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones. Super aggressive as we normally see from Brian. Coming around that first outer zone, but he does leave it a little bit early in order to get to that second outer zone. He does fill that one nicely. Coming down the hill, slowing down a bit to get to that third outer zone. He's picking up speed past that inner clip. We can hear the clutch kicks from here. Coming around to that fourth outer zone. Nice job by Brian. He does leave a little bit to be desired in that fourth outer zone, but coming around and getting nice and wide in the hairpin of our fifth outer zone. Screaming across that reference point and throwing it up against the wall to that sixth and final outer zone.
Brian Hopp checking off the boxes here. You can hear that poor VQ, that 350Z motor underneath the hood of that S13, just taking the abuse through our course here at Raceway Park. Brian commenting before and throughout practice that he was literally destroying this car with his clutch kicks. As you can see him clicking the fender off through that inside clip, giving everything this trumpet has to work its way through the course here. Maybe a little too much tire on the back, but Brian's making it work here with his weighted belt on. Looking forward to watching him tandem later in the battles. He's going to take home a 70 for his first qualifying pass, a 70 for Brian Hopp.
The anxiety that I feel is excruciating.
All right, so we had all the drivers out to put down their first qualifying runs. Almost all of them have points on the board, but we're gonna line them up and let them do it one more time. So we have Chris Stevens, our current points leader, on the line, ready to throw down his second score. He let us see an 88 here, and he is currently #1 in qualifying as well, but let's see if he can better that score.
The pushrod bully himself. A little bit of understeer, cleaning it back up. Nowhere near outside one like we want him to, but already sitting in a comfy position, looking to just make the maximum amount of points. And it looks like Steven's going to shut it down, keep that machine in one piece, and take the B roads back to the pits.
Luckily he has his first point, so it's all good.
Stevens, our current points leader, also currently sitting P1 in qualifying, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. He has the highest score of an 88 right now. So I hope nothing's wrong with that machine, because we really want to see him out in competition.
Yeah, it looks like he just got a little bit of understeer, a little too much shove of momentum going into outside one, trying to clean up, find some more points. You can see at the replay just shy of the little hiccup going into outside one where he was nowhere near where he needed to be. Started to clean up outside two, realized he kind of threw the run away, and instead of putting himself or his machine in danger, it looks like he just shut it down and he's going to parade it back. A little bit of machine check as he went through the hairpin here, a little show for the judges and the fans in the bleachers. We appreciate Stevens for that. But sitting with that current score with a P1 with an 88 out of Chris Stevens, but now sitting on the line, sitting second in the points series, Trevor Root, recently rostered Prospect 2023 driver, now looking to take his second qualifying lap, trying to take that first qualifying position away from Stevens to get the ideal bracket position going into laters today. Trevor Root with that LSA supercharged BMW clicks in well before the last initiation point. A little left foot brake to get the car poised in position nice and deep into outside zone #1 as Trevor Root doing a phenomenal job. Pulls out through outside one, rotates up to the outside two. Nice and calm with the throttle inputs as he clicks into outside 3. Rotates past that first inside clip. Trevor Root rotates out to outside zone #4. Nice and deep, just like Sarah likes it. Rotates it back up into the hairpin here. Root keeping it out of the dirt, keeping it on the asphalt. That supercharged V8 screaming past that reference point. Folks, back up to the Raceway Park bank wall here, keeping the taillights off of the wall. And a solid second qualifying lap. A lot of throttle commitment from Root over the finish line. A solid second qualifying lap out of Trevor Root. I'm really looking forward to watching Root compete into the Pro Spec Formula Drift Series. Him and his family creating tools to get the job done. These guys ran out, grabbed a couple ovens, shoved a subframe in it, and got it powder coated. These guys are here for a good time. A big Twisted Tea ambassador. Waiting on his second qualifying score out of the judges here at the last round of the Gambler. Root trying to take that position 1 from Stevens. While we wait for our judges' deliberation,
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Mike Knapp sitting with his 1 Series BMW,
It's me.
waiting to take his second qualifying lap. It looks like this car is going to hold up. He was spitting serpentine belts earlier in the day. It looks like they got the car situated. He even brought out the backup S13 just in case, but now with some confidence in this 1 Series, looking forward to Mike Knapp taking his second qualifying lap. Trevor Root not bettering his score with a 79, is going to stick with that 82, still sitting in second position here in qualifying and also in the points series, right behind Chris Stevens, who's our points leader in the Gambler Series, as well as P1 in qualifying here for the final round of the Gambler. Mike Knapp launching out of that drag tree through the chicane, taking his second qualifying lap here. Let's see what Michael Napkin's capable of as he clicks in well before that last initiation point, rotates his car into that outside zone #1. Mike Knapp doing a phenomenal job clicking off the boxes here. That 1 Series BMW rotates up. The Valina tires on the back doing a phenomenal job keeping that car on the asphalt. Avoids outside 3, a little too much sauce out of those tires. He pulls back into that front inside clip. Mike Knapp doing a great job getting into outside 4. Nice throttle commitment, tons of smoke coming off that 1 Series. A lot of throttle going into that hairpin turn, needs to keep it out of the dirt, and he does a phenomenal job. Mike Knapp keeping that 1 Series, rotating, tire spinning, Barossa's reference point up to the bank wall. And a solid second qualifying lap here out of Mike Knapp.
Looks like he's committed to that BMW for the rest of competition, because that's 2 qualifying laps in that, and that's all she wrote. Let's see what the judges have as far as the score.
Yeah, as we said before, Mike Knapp having some serpentine belt problems, losing power steering, which you definitely want to do. especially it usually happens around the hairpin. Scary, scary stuff to go into the bank wall here without that confidence of power steering. But Mike Knapp looks like he's got it itself handled now as that 1 Series BMW working his way through the course here at Raceway Park, waiting on the scores from the judges.
71, he betters his score.
And he betters his score with a 71 for Mike Knapp, a 71 for Michael Napkins. Up next, another new rostered Pro Spec driver, Tyler Foley, with that V8-powered BMW E36. This car sporting an iron block truck engine at the current moment. His big power saw sitting on the engine stand, poised and ready for his Formula Drift ventures. But right now, taking this truck engine down for a second qualifying lap, Tyler Foley in that orange BMW clicks in well before that last initiation point, getting himself into outside zone number 1. Foley doing a great job, getting nice and deep, holding that BMW in that zone, rotates out to outside 2, holding that momentum down the hill, nice and fluid as he works into outside 3. Tyler Foley looking fantastic as he works his way into outside 4. Nice and deep, just the way Sarah likes it as Tyler rotates into that hairpin. Nothing but great things to say about this Foley BMW. Clicks over the reference point, he's looking for that P1 position. We're going to have to see what the judges say about this. And Tyler Foley throwing down a phenomenal qualifying lap here at the final round at Raceway Park.
The judges are giving some thumbs up, so I'm really optimistic as to this run. And to clarify, I enjoy nice and deep in outer zone number 4. I want to see the boys really fill that zone because that one's not easy to get to. So you know the really experienced drivers can put their car exactly where we want to see it.
It's all about finding the spot, boys. Make sure you get into outside zone number 4 as our next driver up on the line, Jimmy Revert, to get locked in for his second qualifying pass as our judges deliberate on Tyler Foley's second phenomenal qualifying run here. And your new number 1 qualifier, Tyler Foley, with a 91. Taking out Chris Stevens, the points leader, now sitting P1 going into the battles later today. Our next driver poised behind that Raceway Park repurposed drag tree. That pro tree is being utilized for our start through the chicane. If you guys are new to drifting or unaware of why there is a wiggle throughout that lead position, Jimmy Revert, poised in that lead position for his qualifying run, needs to work that S13 through that chicane. The lead drivers are responsible for not coming in contact with any of those cones as they leave that chicane, allowing our chase driver ample amount of time and real estate to put himself into position for the rest of the course.
Because although it is a drag tree, we don't want to see the drivers drag race off the line. The lead driver wants to make sure there's enough room for the chase driver to get right on his door. And away we go. Jimmy Revert coming down, entering at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cone. Pouring smoke as he hits that first outer zone. Misses the beginning, but puts his car all the way to the edge and ends that zone really nicely. Getting that second outer zone, pouring angle as he comes down the hill. This dude's moving.
Jimmy doing a phenomenal job through that first inside clip and rotates back out to outside 4. Just the way Sarah likes it. Going up into the hairpin here. Jimmy Revert needs to keep it out of the dirt. Doing a good job here, keeping it out of the dirty stuff here past the judges' tower over the reference point. Up into that last and final zone. Our drone guy getting weird with it now as he finishes off nice and strong. Sarah got real excited. She knew that outside zone number 4 was coming. Jimmy Revert checking off the boxes here in his second qualifying pass. A ton of angle dumping through outside zone number 2. Maybe a little shy going into outside 3, but cleans it up, pulls it back to that inside clip, rotates himself back out to the outside zone number 4. Checks out right by that clipping point, rotates the car nice and poised and fluid up into that second to last outside zone through the hairpin. If you guys are unfamiliar, this reference point, that square box down here, is for our drivers and our judges. That's a general point. That is not a judge zone, but a generalized point where our drivers need to rotate the car up for that last outside zone at the bank. Our drivers that would straight line or avoid that reference point will be docked points by our judges based upon our judges' criteria and our drivers' meeting discussions. Jimmy Revert doing a solid job through his qualifying run here.
86,
and he betters his score with an 86. An 86 for Jimmy Revert in his second qualifying lap. Our next driver up on the line, Christopher Napkins. Chris Knapp, owner and operator of East Coast Drift School here with that Jay-Z-powered IS300. Got a lot of Velino rubber underneath of that car, and this thing is ready to go. I was speaking with Chris during practice, and he pulled a little bit of grip out of the car, but it looks like he might have put it back in towards the end of practice. He's getting more confident with that IS as he shoves in for his second qualifying lap. Chris Knapp starting to stand back into it as he works his way into outside zone number 1. That IS300 dumping tire smoke rotates up to outside zone number 2. Chris Knapp doing a great job, nice and fluid, a lot of commitment going into outside 3 as he rotates that IS300 over the bumps, past that first inside clip, and down into outside 4. Just shy of outside 4, getting in at the last minute there, rotates out to the hairpin. Needs to keep it out of the dirt on the pavement here. Chris Knapp in those Velino tires trying to pull himself out of the zone. That Jay-Z-powered IS300 rotates past that reference point, back up to that final outside zone. Chris Knapp doing a solid job here for his second qualifying run. If you guys are joining us here at Raceway Park and are not on the live stream, you guys definitely want to tune in to see all these drone shots of these drivers whipping themselves around Raceway Park's road course here. These drivers not only have been competing at the road course, but also in the Gambler Stadium on the other side, the very same stadium that Formula Drift utilizes during their series. These guys have been competing all year long for a point series race where Chris Stevens, current points leader, is being chased down by Trevor Root shortly behind him. These guys are battling it out for thousands of dollars of podium prizes and point series prizes here today. And Chris Knapp not bettering his first score with a 77, and he's going to hang on to that 79 of his first qualifying run.
All right, we have Nick Delicious D'Alessio up on the line for his second qualifying run. If you guys remember, he got a 62 on his first run, so he's looking to put a couple more points on the board there and get a little bit higher in the qualifying order. All right, the lights are on and they are out. Nick D'Alessio taking his second qualifying run. Entering right at that first cone. Now, like I said, the drivers can enter all the way at the third cone, so that is an aggressive move by Nick D'Alessio. Doing a decent job getting into that first outer zone, but just towards the very edge of it, not quite as deep as the judges want to see. Does a good job on outer zone number 2, coming down and fully fills outer zone number 3 as he's transitioning across that first and only inner clip around to the outer zone number 4. Nice job filling outer zone number 4 by Nick D'Alessio as he comes into the hairpin of our 5th outer zone. He's absolutely pinned, throttle commitment on 100 as he goes across that reference point and up into that 6th and final outer zone. Nice job, but a little low on that outer zone by Nick D'Alessio. The judges are going to have to take that into consideration as they tally up his score. But let's go ahead and watch the replay just as they do. Again, I feel like he just left a few points on the board in the first and last outer zones, but otherwise looking really nice from Nick D'Alessio. And he does. 10 points more. That's a 72 for Nick D'Alessio. He will get 10 more points on the board with his better score of a 72. Up next, we have Frito He stood on the podium last time. He's definitely here to mess up the points. Let's see what he has to show us here for his second qualifying run. All right, and away we go. You can see the drones from our drone pilots in the air to capture this footage for us and you guys at home. Super aggressive entry by Frito. We expect nothing less as he's screaming up the hill for that first outer zone. Does a nice job filling that zone as he's coming in, dialed to outer zone number 2. Leaves that one a little bit early to get to outer zone number 3, but fills that one flawlessly. Coming across that first and only inner clip, he is zooming coming out to outer zone number 4, just a little bit towards the edge of that zone there, but he's setting himself up nicely for outer zone number 5, going all the way to the edge of the track. Nice job by Frito as he's transferring into our last outer zone, getting nice and high on the wall. You can tell this man has done this before. Great second run by Tim Frito.
A solid second qualifying lap out of Tim Frito in that turbo BMW. Frito doing a fantastic job past that first inside clip. Rotates himself out to outside zone number 4. A little shy off of 4 there. Definitely want to see him a little deeper. Working his way into the hairpin here outside 5. Tim Frito doing a fantastic job. Oh, I just got to hold on from the entire judges table. Like I said before, it's never good when the judges table harmonizes with an output or a statement. An 81 for Tim Frito, an 81 bettering his first score, taking an 81 with his second qualifying pass. Our next driver on the line, the man, the myth, the legend, the Hawaiian shirt king, Barry himself with that turbo BMW. Reese took this man to a date to Canada once. As Barry of that turbo BMW leaves out of the chicane, going past that Raceway Park drag tree and clicks in well before the initiation points even started. Working his way to outside 1. A little late getting outside 1, but gets that car back into position where it needs to be and starts standing on the throttle to get that car up into outside zone number 2. Barry doing a solid job getting that car into outside 3, nice and deep, just clicking those clipping point cones as he works his way past that front inside clip, getting nice and deep in the outside 4, nice and early there. Barry rotates it to the hairpin. He needs to keep it nice and deep, but keep it out of the dirt. He's doing a fantastic job with that turbo BMW engine screaming past the judges' tower. Rotates back up to here for the final outside zone at the Raceway Park bank wall. Barry's not afraid of that thing at all, turning that car into a beer can multiple times as Barry clicks off his second qualifying lap here. Super excited to watch that man tandem later. As you guys can see at home, the replay just kicking out right there, but you can see Barry rotates back up to that hairpin there through the outside zone number 5. Doing a fantastic job with his BMW, rotates down past that reference point. That is just there for our drivers and our judges so they understand where they need to be. And a solid finish here for Barry. A 78 for Barry in a second qualifying pass. A 78 for Barry's second qualifying pass, bettering his score from qualifying number 1. Our next driver up on the line, Jabbar Ramos, one of them Barbie boys, following that committed service V8-powered 350Z, coming out of a big podium win out of Langley Speedway. He's walking weird lately. Got a lot of extra confidence going in down through here. Burning up a spark plug wire, ending his practice session a tad early, getting that thing all fixed up thanks to Kendrick Meyer, now poised and ready to take his second qualifying lap here at Raceway Park, the final round of the Gambler at Raceway Park, the road course.
I'll take this guy.
Say it again, it's Pinky.
Goodness gracious. The judges are excited to see Jabbar in that pink Barbie Boys exclusive. The lights are out and away we go. He needs to score badly. He has a 0 on his first qualifying run. And away we go. Super aggressive flick to enter. And the gamble pays off as he gets that first outer zone. Not bad. Coming around to his second outer zone, he's got to keep this momentum going because he cannot afford another scoreless run. Nice job getting to outer zone number 3. This man looks like he's got it on lock now. Nice job coming around to outer zone number 4. Am I gonna bully you? Not really. Great job getting into outer zone number 4. Coming around to our hairpin turn. Doing a nice job getting right to the center of that zone. Staying smooth in the throttle, coming across the reference point and up into the Raceway Park bank turn. Getting nice and high there. Great job, night and day by Jabbar Ramos.
Definitely a necessary component for him seeing battle later today. Jabbar Ramos getting super aggressive into outside 1, checking off that box and moving on to outside 2, where our judges are looking for a nice fluid momentum going down that hill from 2 to 3 as Jabbar rotates that 350Z up past that front inside clip with that V8 committed service brand engine underneath the hood. A little bit of a bobble from Jabbar going in outside 4, but he gets it into the box where he needs to be, rotates it through the hairpin, and he's going to get a 68. A 68 for a second qualifying pass, and that will put him into the show. Definitely looking forward to Jabbar cleaning up himself in that machine for the rest of the battles here today, and definitely a weapon to look out for. Already coming off of a win from Langley Speedway in the prior weekend, definitely coming in with some confidence. Speaking of confidence, our next driver on the line, sporting that TRD livery, that IS300.
That is Zachary Mangle, I believe. The lights are out and away we go, trying to better his first score, gets more points on the board. Nice job. So he does enter towards our 3 cone, which is acceptable by the judges, and he will get a score. He does a decent job getting right to the edge of outer zone number 1, but we'd really love him to be a little deeper there. Nice job with outer zone number 2 though, and outer zone number 3 with the same way. Ugh. Uh-oh. And I'm bobbling talking as he's bobbling driving. Goes a little bit too wide there for our liking. That technically is off course, although he did stay on the blacktop. That might be a little too far offline. The judges are definitely gonna have to take a look at that zone. Loses a bumper in the process as well. But hey, finishes nice and strong, throwing smoke on that E-Town bank turn. A great second run. We're gonna have to take a look at that one a little closer.
And for you guys joining us on Facebook and YouTube, you can see that replay. Mangle just clicking in the outside 1 a little late, but rotates out to the outside 2 nice and solid as that Lexus IS300 rotates into outside 3. Mangle doing a solid job here as he rotates past that front inside clip and clicks out to outside 4. Super deep off that line, taking out that first part of the box, but starts to clean it up, leaves a little early, rotates up to the hairpin now. That outside zone number 5 avoids that outside zone and altogether, but clicks in just at the last point over the reference point. We'd like to see Mangle a little deeper into the zones, but it should put some points on the board and get him into the show so we can see some battles here later today. Kevin Rosalski sitting on the line in that BMW E30, ready to take his second qualifying lap here. This E30 BMW looking super solid. Kevin doing a great job throughout practice, making that car look nice and fluid, holding his momentum throughout the course here.
49. He does better his first score. All right.
Mangle will get a 49 for Mangle's second qualifying lap. Kevin's second qualifying lap about to go down here as we wait for that drag tree to illuminate. Our judges are ready. Our drone guys are up in the air. Our grid workers ready to send Kevin on his second qualifying lap with that white E30 BMW. I'm unsure what engine's underneath that hood.
Me neither. If anyone knows, shout it out. And away we go. We're loving the body kit, or at least the judges are. All right, nice job throwing it in well before that first initiation cone and going to that first outer zone. Nice job, looking really confident behind the wheel. Throttle commitment on 100 yet again. Nice job getting the second outer zone, and he's moving down that hill to the third outer zone. Whew, looking a lot of angle coming across the center section. Can he get it together for that fourth outer zone? And he does. Nice job. Extra points from me personally for that one. Coming into the hairpin, getting all the way to the edge of the zone. Guys, that is looking beautiful. Coming across that reference point and up to the final outer zone of that bank turn. On the limiter, boys. Woo-wee. Nice job. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one.
Kevin having a blast out here at the Gambler. That BMW E30 doing a great job clicking in the outside zone number 1, nice and deep, nice and fluid throughout that entirety of that zone. Clicks into outside 2. Kevin doing a phenomenal job. A little bit of a bobble going to outside 3 there, but cleans it up super fast, getting back on the power so we can put that car right where it needs to be for that first inside clip. Rotates that E30 out into outside zone number 4, getting Sarah all jolly and worked up as he rotates out into outside 5. And it looks like Kevin, with his super solid qualifying lap, will land an 84 for Kevin's second qualifying lap, putting him on the higher side of our qualifying list here.
Now that was a great score, but we still have Tyler Foley hanging on to P1 of the qualifying order so far, but we have 4 drivers left. Up next on the line is Steve Facenda, looking to put his second qualifying run down and better his original score. Oh my.
Steve Facenda, a big sway bar advocate out here with that S13.
I heard the opposite. I heard he does not like sway
Oh,
bars.
he's against the bar.
I don't know.
Smart
We'll
man.
have to ask him later. For or against? Different camps.
Well, there's people that are wrong and there's people that are right.
Yeah.
And
the right
it sounds
ones
like
would
he's
be
right.
No sway bars.
No bars.
No bars?
Nah.
See, I like bars.
I'm not a big drinker.
That's not what I heard.
Rude.
Alrighty.
Perez, we set the bar. Clearly, you don't meet.
That was one of our judges weighing in on the sway
Reese
bar
is
debate.
a big bar guy.
He's
big
very
bar
passionate
guy.
about sway bars. Really getting the guys going right now.
Look, there's dudes that ride the pole and then dudes that don't ride the pole.
Oh
With
my
Steve
goodness.
Facenda taking
All
his second
right,
qualifying lap here.
boys. The lights are off. Let's go. Steve Facenda showing us what he's got in this last round of the Gambler. Entering nice and aggressive on that first cone of our 3-2-1 cones. Getting nice and deep here in that first outer zone. Getting a little bit shallow there towards the end, but doing a nice job with outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill into outer zone number 3. Pouring smoke coming across that first and only inner clip, and he looks like he has a little bit of a bobble there. Still manages to get outer zone number 4, which is quite frankly impressive in my book. Nice job in the hairpin of outer zone number 5. And let's see how he does. Ties a bow on it with our final outer zone of the bank. A little low. A few
He went
mistakes
for
there.
speed. He went for speed.
All in all, I think a couple of errors, but he does have points on the board, so we'll see him in our top 16.
I've watched Steve through a lot of the Club Loose recap footage from the last event here at Raceway Park. Steve throwing a whole bunch of backies into tree turn. It looks like that last bank turn, he was setting himself up for some speed to shove it past the tree turn here. We do ask all our drivers not to throw that turn, even though it is super enticing. The iconic tree turn here at the backside of Raceway Park, a ton of fun. But the entirety of this course, all 7 outside zones, it is a massively long course. One of the longest courses I've seen in competitive drifting in the United States. Looking forward to watching Steve can battle it out into tandems later. But Steve not going to be holding super quality with that last qualifying lap
69?
with a 69. He's going to lean on his 83 in his first qualifying lap. Colin sitting on the line, ready to take his second qualifying lap with that G35, sitting in the chicane right behind that Raceway Park repurposed drag tree. It looks like he's getting the okay from the grid workers with the tree illuminating. Colin ready to take a second qualifying lap here as that G35 wiggles itself through the cones and bumps out. Now taking the road course here at Raceway Park. The final round of the Gambler clicks in well before the last initiation point. Rotates itself down into outside zone number 1. That Beware trunk right on the backside, clicking into the box now. Doing a great job out of Colin as he rotates into outside zone number 2. A little bit of a bobble out of the G35 going into outside zone number 3, but rotates. It keeps his composure going into that first inside clip, the only inside clip here at Raceway Park. Rotates out to the outside zone number 4, Sarah's favorite, as Colin clicks in outside 5. Got to keep it out of the dirt. Does a good job running the backside of the line, keeps it inside the box. Colin, a lot of clutch kicks out of that thing, keeping that car spinning, really beating the crap out of that thing. Keeps it together and across the line. Definitely not a healthy sounding punches to the throat for that G35, but Colin making that thing do what he needs it to do in his second qualifying lap. Looks like Colin's G35 just running out of breath, breathing through the trumpet here. Looks like the car just didn't want to get up and go out of the hairpin. Colin, though, not having it, giving it the beans, beating it. Keeping that thing going, ripping and throwing through that reference point, back up to that last outside zone. We're waiting for our judges' final deliberations for his points for his second qualifying run here. Lipton in that C5 Corvette sitting poised and ready to take a second qualifying run as we wait for the points. Judges are really bad at math, so they're doing a lot of adding right now. A 64, bettering his first qualifying lap, a 64. Lipton, that Lock City drift homie from up north, coming all the way down for his first competition here, taking his gamble out here at the Gambler, no pun intended. That C5 Corvette, our drone guys floating right behind him, waiting for our judges okay and the drones okay to get this next qualifying lap taken care of. You can see that Drift HQ banner sitting right in front of that repurposed Raceway Park drag tree. That's how our guys and girls will get sent off for our battles here later today. They get a little bit of practice as the lights illuminate for our qualifying. You can see that the green means go, just like in drag racing, as that C5 Corvette seems right at home, blazing past that drag tree, clicks right past, and Lipton does a great job clicking in into outside zone number 1. A little shy out of there, but starting to get in now. A little wavery through outside zone number 1. Gets that Corvette through it though, and out to outside zone number 2. Lipton doing a good job trying to pull into outside 3. A little shy, a little lack of angle there out of the Corvette, but he rotates it past that front inside clip, still maintaining his grip. A lot of momentum going into outside 4, doing a good job. Pulls away out of that zone though. Flicks back up to outside zone number 5. Lipton doing a good job cleaning up that last outside zone number 5 as he rotates past that reference point. Back up to the last zone here. A little shy off the wall, maybe a little safe. Maybe clicking the corner off of the finish line, but Lipton with a solid second qualifying lap here. Definitely not a 100-point run out of Lipton, but definitely going to put him into the contention for our battles here and put him into our bracket. Here at Raceway Park, the Gambler brings out a whole collection of drivers and machines. These guys are allowed to bring out any car that has not been currently utilized in the Formula Drift Pro Series for this year's worth of Gambler. Lipton taking his first competition appearance here at the Gambler, driving all the way down from the Lock City Drift Boys. He's going to lean on that 68 from his first qualifying lap with a 63 for his second qualifying lap. I repeat, Lipton will have to hold on to that 68 from his qualifying lap number 1.
And last but certainly not least, the clutch kick king himself, Brian Hopp, with that really, really stock, except for a Plenum Spacer VQ car. You love those Plenum Spacers, Mike.
Yeah, this car basically has spacers on everywhere you can bolt spacers to. Brian Hopp just
there he goes,
beating the crap out of his clutch all day.
That clutch pedal must be dangling off.
Takes
Enters
like
at that
3
3 of the 3-2-1 cone. Still aggressive, even though he doesn't have the horsepower to back it up. That man is giving it all she's got, Captain, but he does a pretty nice job at filling that first outer zone. Nice job on the second outer zone as well as that third outer zone, putting the car right where it needs to be. Maybe a little deep there, but you can tell this guy drives this track like with his eyes closed. That's where the wheel came off last round, but nice job filling outer zone number 4, and all of his wheels are still on. Great news. Getting all the way to the edge. That might have even been tires off in outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, but my guess is keeping up speed for the bank turn, the famous E-Town Raceway Park bank turn. Nice final run to wrap up qualifying here by Brian Hopp. The judges are going to deliberate on that score, and then we will give it to you guys.
Yeah, that trumpet man was playing a lot less jazz and a lot more smooth operating in that lap there. As Brian Hopp's VQ-powered S13 doing a solid job throughout our Raceway Park course here. You can see with a little bit of a bobbles here and there from the lack of horsepower underneath the hood, but that VQ sticking out is no shame for Brian, as he is no stranger to a lack of horsepower. He's been piloting this car for a long time, coming from 8086 Corollas and everything. Brian is a veteran out here at Raceway Park. Looking forward to watching him tandem. His second qualifying lap is going to get him a 70.
Same as last time.
Same exact score as his first qualifying run, a 70 for Brian Hopp. Definitely Mr. Consistency. That concludes all our drivers taking their qualifying laps here. That means we're going to take a small break here. A big shout out and thank you to all of our event sponsors and partners helping make this event happen. Thank you for our drivers and our spectators for coming to hang out with us, but don't go anywhere just yet. Go grab a snack, stop by the grease truck or the bar, grab a drink. We're going to get to our tandem battle action here momentarily. For our drivers, we're going to get you bracketed up and get our brackets situated. Make sure you guys get over to the drivers meeting, and we'll see you guys back here for the action here at the final round of the Gambler here at Raceway Park momentarily. Don't go anywhere. For you guys joining us both on Facebook, YouTube, and live here in person at Raceway Park, we're going to collect our drivers, get them poised and ready for their tandem battles, get our bracket announcements underway. We will be back to the action here shortly at 3:15. At 3:15, we're going to try to get back to the action here at the final round of the Gambler. Thank you guys for your patience, and we'll see you here, right back here for the action at 3:15. attention all drivers, I'm going to need you to work your way over to the awning for our drivers meeting. I repeat, attention all drivers, please work your way over to the awnings for your drivers meeting for your bracketed battles. All right,
Just putting these to charge right now.
It's got like an AirPod case, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, super convenient.
I'm not saying yes and anything. I just don't have anything in the fucking pedal. I don't know, man. Keep coming up all the pedal like you got something back. I have a list of
switched our mics.
Yeah. So do I take the one with the white tape or no?
It's just
Round of the Gambler. Make sure you guys tune in to Facebook and YouTube, Raceway Park. Find us on the social channels. Make sure you say thank you to all the sponsors and the partners that help make this event possible here at Raceway Park. We're about to get the action started.
In just a few minutes here, we're going to get our drivers all set up, make sure our grid workers are in place, and all of our track workers who are helping us out with setup today, everyone's ready to go before we send our first battle. First up, we will have Tyler Foley and Zach Mangle doing battle on the left side of the bracket. Tyler Foley is in the hunt for the points and qualified #1 today, so this is definitely going to be an interesting battle. But I don't think Mangle's going to let him away that easy, Mike.
Definitely not. A newly prospected roster driver, Tyler Foley, sitting in that BMW, sitting right next to him, poised and ready to go to battle here in the final round of the Gambler here at Raceway Park, located in New Jersey. We're on the beautiful road course on the other side of the complex, away from the Drift Stadium where other rounds in the past have gone down. Also a home of the Formula Drift circuit where the pros come down and battle on the very same course here we utilize in the Gambler series. Our drivers back on the back side of the road course on this massive road course over here in New Jersey, adjacent to the motocross, which you can hear in the background, and our drone guys fly over for your entertainment while you guys were waiting.
Gorgeous day today.
It is.
It's a great
beautiful
place to be. If you're not coming out to these Gamblers, you are missing out for sure.
And this one being the final round for this year, so you missed out this time, but make sure you keep your eye on that space, racewaypark.com. You can get signed up to drive all of these events. But we already had a full season here, and with Chris Stevens, our points leader, sitting P1 right now, with a points chase going on with another prospect, newly awarded roster driver, Trevor Root, only a few shakes behind him.
We got a lot going on. We have the battle here today for who's going to come on top of the podium. We have the season-long points battle. We have some grudges. We have some drivers looking to prove themselves. This should be an interesting battle, an interesting day of competing.
We have thousands of dollars on the line. These guys are looking to get on top of the box. And there's also last man standing bets, let it ride tokens, hundreds of extra dollars to be won. And you don't even have to win the event to walk away with money here. It's all about gambling what you got and risking it all on the table. So we're here for the final round of the Gambler, and it looks like we got our first bracketed drivers on the line.
You bet. Since Tyler Foley qualified higher, he will lead for this run, and Mangle will chase. So how this is going to go is the lead driver will need to go through the chicane cones without knocking any over, and the chase driver is allowed to take off whenever they like. And this is so the drivers can have close proximity to one another and we can have a nice, tight, and beautiful battle. So the lights are on, they're out, the green lights are illuminated, and away we go.
And let's get the party started here at the final round of Raceway Park. The Gamblers, Tyler Foley leads in that BMW into outside one. Mangle, then IS300 right behind him, trying to keep up with the VA-powered E36 of Tyler Foley. But Foley just putting gaps and bus lengths. The drone guy had to back up so Foley could go through as Mangle tried to keep that IS300 in frame. IS300 now jumping in as Mangle's starting to make his move, going to the outside 4. Mangle, an impressive jump in, but Foley starting to put the power down into outside 5. Foley jumps right into the outside zone. Mangle, a little bit of a hiccup, needs to clean it up as they go over that reference point. Foley jumps up to the wall, jumps nice and high, exactly where he needs to be. Mangle not far behind him, and an epic way to start the final round here at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
Yeah, what a great opening battle. I hope everyone's awake. If not, now you are. Tyler Foley, our #1 qualifier, showing us why he's #1. He's moving through those zones. Honestly, not quite as fully in outer zone #1 as we'd like it to be. As the judges are deliberating, some of our judges came unprepared.
It's all right. Misko didn't bring a pen.
Jesus.
Jesus, Misko. Clean
What
it up,
a
all right?
Ricky. Has he judged before?
You know,
I don't think so.
It's an improvement over Ricky
So
Hoffman.
we're used to seeing Steve Misko out there as a driver, usually broken from the misshifts. But today he's joining us as a judge so he can give his pro-level expertise into the judging of these battles.
Yeah, we have a great panel of intelligence up here. I'm joined by Sarah. Sarah is a driver herself. She's all over the YouTube. Actually, you're just moving on up in the world right now.
I'd be doing things, Mike.
You
I'd
are.
be doing things.
Congratulations.
I'm joined here by Mike. You might best know him for the absolutely ridiculous Supra he drives, which now has an iron block Chevy in it. I think
Aluminum.
that's why we're
It's
friends.
aluminum, all right?
You know what? I take it back. We're not friends anymore.
Rude. All right.
We're joined by Reese Marin, former Formula Drift driver as well, and Kenrick Meyer. All of our judges are former Formula Drift drivers.
Reese is just OG, dude.
He's a
Reese is just OG. He drive.
All right, we're going to leave the judges alone and let them deliberate here over this first battle. Now that we're acquainted with all of our judges, unlike qualifying, our judges are not divided up into line, angle, and style. They're going to take the runs in overall and decide who they think did a better job showcasing what we want to see out of a lead and chase driver.
Yeah,
but before they do that, we need to send them again, this time with Mangle leading and Tyler Foley chasing.
Mangle in that IS300, that TRD, it's in the game livery, sitting in that lead position now with Tyler Foley, that newly awarded Pro Spec roster driver going into outside one. Mangle in that IS300 doing a good job setting himself into outside one now as both drivers work and follow into position. Foley following Mangle, going deep through one, taking his own line, choose your own adventure. Foley right behind him, shaken off by Mangle. We're gonna have to see how the judges weigh that in their eyes to see if Mangle drove him into the danger. Kudos to Foley trying to mimic his line through as Mangle closes off his lap here, going into outside four. At least getting into outside four like Sarah likes.
I mean, you got to give it to him there. We're going to have to see that replay because we may have had the first upset of the day.
We're definitely going to have to lean back and see if Mangle had enough tires off to clarify that as an unchaseable run. We'll have to lean on the judges. You guys are seeing the exact same drone footage our judges are using here in the replay. Mangle going off, taking off the clipping cones, just honestly causing destruction through outside zone number one. But he holds his composure. But Tyler Foley trying to mimic that line, gets buttoned up and just has nowhere to go behind him. We're going to have to lean on the judges for the final verdict of that decision. But Mangle with that IS300 taking that lead lap in that run you just saw, with Tyler Foley on the left in that orange BMW taking his lead lap.
Now we can take them side by side. So the rule here is more than 2 tires off is a 0. But 2 tires off, they are going to heavily deduct. And if the lead run isn't smooth and chaseable, he could get an unchaseable lead there. So the judges are really going to dissect down what went down between our zone number 1 and 2 and make sure that each driver had a fair shake in putting their lead run down.
Definitely not the way we would like to see that battle take off, but nonetheless, an epic way to start off the final round here at Raceway Park the Gambler. Tyler Foley in that VA-powered BMW has a truck engine underneath there. I believe this guy's making like 450, 500 at the max on a cold, good day. And Mangle with the IS behind him. I'm not unsure what's in the IS300, to
Me
be
neither.
honest.
Maybe one of his crew members can let us know.
You can't assume these days.
We can't assume. We have to know. We have to know what his engine is. But with that said, the judges have deliberated, and I want to clarify this rule here. Because Mangle went 3 tires off, that technically is a 0 on the lead, so it will go to Tyler Foley. Tyler Foley gets the win.
Make a round of applause for Mangle, mangling that IS300 throughout the course here today. Doing a good job showcasing, I believe, a first-time competitor here at the Gambler. We're looking forward to him coming back and cleaning up his laps. Definitely a joy to watch him drive through practice. But Tyler Foley going to take the win, moving on to the next bracket.
Yeah, that's not how we want to see it go. We don't want to have to go to the rule book. So that's a note to drivers to make sure to keep it out of the judges' hands. Just put down your best run. And speaking of that, we have our next battle between Chris Knapp and Barry. This one should be interesting, Mike.
And Chris Knapp clicks right into outside one. Barry, the myth, the legend, the man, Barry Bardano, going right at him. The tornado, come at Chris Knapp as they go down the hill. Chris Knapp doing a fantastic job checking off what the judges want to see in that lead position. Knapp starting to pull away on those Valino tires in front of Barry's BMW. Barry taking a deep line through outside 4, keeping it out of the wall. Chris Knapp doing a fantastic job keeping it out of the dirt, right on the edge of the asphalt there. Our drone taking a great shot, showing all the real estate that Chris Knapp's taken on a Barry here. And it's so good to see Barry back in comp, but as I say that, Chris Knapp's smacking taillights on the wall. Chris Knapp's got a hand out the window. He's hyped. That was a good lap out of Chris Knapp.
These are getting exciting, and we're only 2 battles in. Like, I'm excited. I keep forgetting that we have a whole second half of this battle. Now that we saw Chris Knapp lead, we still need to see Barry lead. It's anyone's game. There's a ton of smoke. I'm stoked, Mike.
I mean, I'm just excited to see Barry back out and driving again. Chris Knapp has been dialing this machine in all year long, and it's really starting to show here. He's really making that IS300 do exactly what he and the judges needed to do. Barry trying to keep up with the Volino tires on the backside of that IS300, but to be honest with you, Barry is a complete animal when it comes behind the wheel. He has led people into so many dangerous situations. He's the most fun. Barry's the most fun to drive with, hands down. That dude is wild.
Once I think I saw his oil pump come out of the top of the hood of his car for one of the previous engines, I believe.
I think it's a BMW thing. You gotta like put like a safety tie or a Band-Aid or something on
Otherwise,
it.
they just eject, apparently. But it was wild.
He's calling 5. We have to verify whether he's allowed to.
What's the rule? You can't change it on 5 minutes. You can't change tires. The only way you can change tires is if there's contact.
All right, it looks like I'm getting word over the radios that we have a DB tire situation. We're gonna have to review our ruling in this series to make sure that we're giving it the justified answer that it needs. Please be patient as we deliberate.
Technically, you're only allowed to.
While they're deliberating and reviewing the rules with all of our officials involved and make sure that we're making the right call here, a debeaded tire cannot be changed. So we're making sure that we're making the right call for everybody involved. But while we're taking this patience, it allowed me to catch my breath a little bit because it's already been some exciting battles here. You guys at home on YouTube and Facebook are watching the replay of Chris Knapp and Barry battle it out in the first half. Chris Knapp in that IS300 sporting those Volino tires on the rear side has been flying throughout our course here today. He is dialed, and that last lead lap really showcased it. Barry trying to keep that BMW, keeping up with the Chris Knapp's IS300. Barry was the one that lost the tire, correct? All right, so it looks like Chris Knapp is going ahead and giving the go-ahead for Barry to change his tire. The gentleman rule, very sportsmanlike of Chris Knapp to actually allow his competitor to put on a fresh tire to go to the second half of the battle.
Because this is a bit of a gray area. So the rule is in place so that drivers don't try any shenanigans and end up changing to a fresh tire mid-battle. Obviously, that's not what Barry's trying to do here. And the judges, as well as the competitors, have decided to allow him to get that tire back on the bead.
I mean, this is what drifting's about right here.
Sportsmanship.
We want both drivers to have the best possible conditions, no X variables. We want them to throw down the best they can so the guy behind them can have the best chase as possible.
Right, and like I said in the last battle, we don't want to have to go to the rule book. We don't want to have to say, well, technically, we'd rather these guys just throw it down and the best man reigns supreme, you know?
Kudos to Chris Knapp and the entire staff and officials are coming to this verdict to allowing Barry to put down a fresh pair of tires to get down the second half of this battle. Chris Knapp already throwing all of the sauce onto his lead lap. Now he's sitting there waiting, poised and ready for Barry to come back with some fresh tire and go to battle. But before that, we're going to probably bring up our next battle. It looks like we're already warming up his tires. Rosalski, Kevin, sitting on the line with that white E30. Good two-tone vibes on this car. He's been ripping throughout the entire day. He looked great throughout practice. The car sounds great. It's nice and fluid and poised. He looks calm and collective. I'm looking forward to this battle. And on the other side, he's got the Barbie boys, that V8-powered 350Z Jabbar Ramos.
With that big V8, looking for something to prove. So
Jabbar, the entertainer himself. actually just had a really good weekend at Langley, sitting number
did.
2 on the podium, I believe.
But the new kid on the block, to the Gambler at least, has definitely wants to prove himself, coming in at a number 4 qualifier. So he's going to look to knock out Ramos, podium or none.
Yeah, these guys are both coming in with some confidence, ready to start swinging. I'm looking forward to watching these guys go at it.
All right, so our next battle is on the line. Rosalski will lead and Ramos will give chase.
All right, Kevin's going to be sitting in that white BMW E30 in that lead position right before the chicane. Our drivers need to wiggle their cars through that little cone chicane without coming in contact with any single one of them or resulting in a restart. And it looks like we got a clean start as Jabbar Ramos, one of those Barbie boys, stopping right in through the, wow, going deep into it. Kevin doing a great job going to outside one, leaving Jabbar Ramos in the dust. Kevin doing a great job with that E30, clicking off the first box for the judges' zones. Works his way into outside 2. Jabbar Ramos trying to clean up the proximity as both drivers work down the hill now. Kevin clicking off outside 3. Jabbar Ramos and that Barbie Boys 350Z right behind him. These guys jump into that outside line. Kevin doing a good job getting that E30. Ramos deep through outside 4. Kevin is keeping it on the dirt, keep it out of the keep it on the asphalt. Jabbar Ramos just trying to keep up with the speed here with Kevin Rosalski's E30.
Which is wild because what engine is in that E30?
Where did all this speed come from?
I have no idea. He's being chased down by a V8 powered 350Z, and Ramos in the Z is having a tough time keeping up. Maybe that start really put him back for the whole run. Very possible. But hey, I want to know what engine's in that E30. I'm excited.
As I said before, Kevin has been looking fantastic throughout practice, looks very poised and comfortable out here on Raceway Park. You can see there is a little bit of a wave and some bumps, a little rhythm section, if you will, going through that Senum section. You can really get a pump going with these cars and the right suspension settings, and you can see Jabbar Ramos, that 350Z, I don't know, maybe he burned up another spark plug wire and lost a cylinder.
Or hey, maybe he doesn't have enough grip in the car and he's just lighting the tires off. Who knows?
You can see on this entry, though, that crazy left foot brake. He tried to dive at the boy.
Wonder how nervous he was on that entry.
Definitely a butt-puckering moment there from Jabbar Ramos as he started to clean it up. You guys at home get to see the replay. You guys here, standing here live with us at Raceway Park, can log on to Facebook or YouTube, Raceway Park. Find us, make sure you subscribe and like, and say thank you to all our sponsors and partners for helping make this event series happen. It looks like we're ready for the second half of this battle now as Jabbar Ramos in that pink 350Z now sitting in that lead position. Kevin Rosalski in that E30 now in the chase.
Yes, we are ready.
All right, our drones are ready, our drivers are ready, the lights are out, and away they go. This time, Jabbar leading, and Kevin will give chase. Let's see how those speed differences come into play now. Jabbar entering nice and early, but Kevin is right on his door. Sort of a little bit of a hiccup there on entry, but he's definitely making up for it now, just jumping in the throttle, pouring smoke off that pink 350Z. But hey, Rosalski is right on his door, not letting him get an inch in that chase position. Definitely a great job in the chase by Rosalski. As they come around to outer zone number 4, and he does get in there, so hey, points on the board for me. Rosalski right on his door as he comes into the hairpin, getting nice and close. Hey, that is what we like to see, really mimicking that line. As they come across the reference point and up into that final turn, let's see that bank turn. Right on his door, a little bit low, but hey, the proximity is there. Nice job.
Kevin coming out of here with some authority, chasing down Jabbar Ramos's V8-powered 350Z. Definitely a sweet way to end off that battle. I'm loving watching these guys battle out here at Raceway Park. You can see our side-by-side footage. Thanks to our drone and crew and media out here, you can see Kevin, that lead dominating lap. But Jabbar Ramos on the right side of your screen with Kevin shortly behind him. You can definitely see the proximity differences between the two runs here. But Jabbar Ramos definitely taking notes from his chase lap and cleaning it up through his lead here. Kevin trying to bite back at him through outside 4 there, a little shallow, trying to keep up with that 350Z of Jabbar. But Kevin right back to the door, planted right barking at the side of Jabbar Ramos. A solid second half of the battle here. We're going to have to lean on our judges here for our final deliberation of who's going to take away the W.
Okay, text him back and say, listen to my voice again. Because I said, how really?
I think we might have some Snickers in here.
All right, it looks like we got the second half of that battle. Chris Knapp, being the gentleman that he is, allowing Barry to put on a fresh pair of tires for the second half of this battle. We'll get to the results of the last battle here, but we're going to jump right to the action because that's way more entertaining than listening to who won the last one. But Barry jumps into that first outside zone, super wide and deep, driving into outside one. Chris Knapp trying to close the gap now. Barry, that tire really put some confidence in here, came out here to give the real estate for Chris Knapp to really show what that IS300 can do. Barry just clicking off, taking off, beating another tire it sounds like, and he's staying in it. I'm pretty sure that tire came off. Chris Knapp's right behind him. Both drivers rotate up into outside 5. Barry super deep, dumping the tires off into the mud. Chris Knapp avoiding contact. Barry riding that wall right to the side. Chris Knapp giving him some room to work, and Barry with no tire on again, the animal, the tornado. Make some noise for Chris Knapp and Barry out here, throwing it down.
I don't know about you, but I am glad they let him put the tire back on and finish the second half of that battle because that was amazing to
Look,
watch.
just for the record, Barry asked if he could just run it with like the way it sat. We made him put a tire on the car.
He's an animal, absolute animal.
I love Barry.
I fully believe he would have been able to put a half decent run down, even with a debeated tire, but that was amazing. I'm impressed.
I mean, you guys just got to witness that Barry fight physics with that car the entire way. He's literally beating the crap out of it the entire road course. You guys at home watching the replay, Barry, he's riding the wall. He's an animal. I love Barry. And if you guys don't love Barry, I'm sorry, this show's not for you. This is now the Barry show. But Chris Knapp putting on a dominant performance behind him as well, and his lead was nothing to forget about.
This is officially a Barry Stan account. It's no longer about drifting here, unfortunately. Just kidding.
We need t-shirts. We love Barry.
I don't want to be a judge right now while they deliberate.
From the judges themselves, Chris Knapp takes the win, but we love everything Barry did.
Yeah, Chris Knapp definitely, I think, just maybe squeaking by with just slightly better of a run there, but Barry's was definitely exciting.
And for everybody waiting for Kevin and Jabbar Ramos' results, Kevin Rosalski took the win. Rosalski in the E30 is going to move on, knocking out Jabbar Ramos. I know we jumped right back into the action on the stream, but we like to party out here, so keep up. Our next battle on the line, already ready to go. The Hopquake chasing down Steve Facenda.
Ooh-wee!
That trumpet, that VQ Platinum Spacer S13 of B-Hop behind Steve Facenda, just dominating that lead position. Outside one, checked off. All right, what's next, judges? As Steve just continues a fluid momentum down the hill. Smooth as butter out of Steve Facenda. As Brian Hopp in that VQ Powered S13 trying to keep up. Both drivers work their way to outside 4. Steve, right where Sarah likes it. Rotates back up the hairpin to outside 5. Brian Hopp beating the crap out of the clutch. You can hear it just, oh dear mercy, that poor thing. Steve Facenda finishing off exactly what he needs to do. A little shy on that bank wall, nice and safe entry, but finishing off nice and strong out of both drivers.
Yeah, that was a really exciting one. Now, Brian Hopp's been having a hell of a time trying to keep this car sideways in drift and moving forward with enough speed to keep up with the driver that he's chasing. So this one's exciting as well. And I believe Facenda has a 1J in that car. 2J.
It's definitely JZ powered.
It's JZ powered. So a bunch more power than the VQ that he's trying to run
I don't know. Brian Hopp's got a plenum spacer. That's why he had to cut the hood so the whole engine could fit. He took the spacer and that car's got spacers on every corner, I think, at this point. Look at the wheels. Look how wide they are. Brian Hopp doing his best he can with that little VQ-powered car.
Yeah, and each spacer adds 5 horsepower.
That dude yeeted a wheel into space with, 180 horsepower?
That's true.
And we're about to give him, 1,000 horsepower monster? Good luck, everybody.
I don't know. We should all hide.
Brian Hopp's now in that lead position, sitting behind the chicane and the drag tree.
So let's see how Steve does in the chase position. Steve Facenda, your 5th place qualifier, so qualifying pretty high. I believe this is only his 2nd Gambler. So definitely a decent showing by Steve.
Steve is definitely no rookie. He has been a veteran to drifting. He's been around for a lot of years and has been dialing himself in over the last handful for definitely sure. Steve, I think he was out here at Haunted Moves just out like last weekend.
I believe
He's
so.
super comfortable out here already.
He's got a
He'd
lot of
showcased
laps
that
on
in
this
his
track.
lead. But now Brian Hopp, the jazz musician himself, taking that trumpet down into outside one, and Steve Facenda right there behind him. Brian Hopp trying to check into outside one now. It needs to get deeper. Steve Facenda going a little deep now. Brian Hopp rotates out to outside two. Starts clicking down the hill. Steve Facenda trying to keep up with the VQ powered car of S13 of Brian Hopp.
And it looks like he is.
Brian Hopp. Steve is either just being very patient, keeping his distance. Oh, nope. As I say that, he jumps in now, diving at the door of Brian Hopp. Both cars rotate up to outside 5. Brian Hopp needs to keep it on the asphalt with Steve Facenda right behind him. Steve's starting to bark now to the backside of Brian. Both guys over the reference point, up the last and outside zone on the bank wall. And Steve jumps in just to showcase, hey, bud, still here.
Yeah, that was a nice, smooth chase run by Steve. Decent job in the lead position by Brian Hopp. Honestly, I don't think he's got the car to outrun these guys, unfortunately.
He will. He will.
He will, one day.
Like, he's either... Brian Hopp is going to be an animal in that thing. I can't wait. But you can see here Brian doing a great job through outside one. Eventually, once he got in there, it clicked through. Steve's shortly behind him, though. But Brian Hopp is doing what the judges are asking, clicking off the zones as asked with that VQ-powered S13. Right there on the front clip, Steve showing a lot of patience, starting to make his move now. And Brian Hopp dives in nice and deep, but Steve's right there. As he dives in and rotates out to outside 5, Steve is shortly behind him. And Brian Hopp beating the crap out of the clutch, making that car extend all the way up to the bank wall to that final outside zone. But Steve right here just jumps in and says, hello, guy, I'm still here to party. We're going to have to wait on the judges' final verdict on who's going to take the win in this battle, but are they deliberating right now?
I believe they're deliberating. And you know, Brian Hopp and his underpowered car is proof that you don't need 1,000 horsepower to come out here and have fun at the Gambler. If you've got a rear-wheel drive car that's going to pass tech and you want to clutch kick your little heart out, come on out. Let's see what you got.
Super stoked to have every driver that has made it out to our bracketed battles out here. Thank you guys for coming out. Oh, the man himself.
Right.
We love Barry.
Give it up one more time for the man, Barry.
The tornado. God, I love driving with that guy. As you guys at home on the Facebook and the YouTube are watching the side-by-side, the very same thing our judges are using to liberate, and we have a verdict. They're going to go one more time. The VQ-powered S13 of Brian Hopp holds together and has to do battle again against Steve Facenda in his S13. It's anybody's game out here. It's anybody's game. It looks like we have our points leader sitting in the lead position, ready to go up against his opponent.
We have Chris Stevens and Colin Cressette up. This is the first battle on the right side of our bracket. Cressette is poised to take Chris Stevens out, but Chris Stevens wants to stay in there and defend his number 2 qualifying position and his number 1 in the points right now. So there's a lot on the line for Stevens.
Steven wants to take home multiple checks today.
Yes,
so let's see how he does in his lead position here. Jumping in, a little bit of a gap here, a little off throttle, and going right back on and snapping into outside one. And Stevens doing exactly what he needs to do. And Cressette trying to get spicy behind him, keeping it crispy right behind as he dives into the outside two. A solid move out of Colin going down the hill, holding his momentum. But Stevens putting down the lead lap to give the real estate for him to play with. As Stevens starts to pull away, creating a little bit of a gap going outside forward. Rotates up. Those poor push rods in that motor. Stevens rotates it outside 5, keeping out of the dirt. A little shy on Colin right there, keeping it crispy onto the back side of him. Steven works his way to the high side of the bank, and Colin jumps right to the side. What a jump! That was a surge. Woo! I was not expecting that one. Sorry if I'm yelling, but that one got me excited.
Sorry, not sorry. We love drifting. That's why we're here.
I like that stuff.
We
Do
don't
that
just
stuff.
yell into any talking sticks.
I'm gonna lose my voice.
Yeah, that's right. I'll take over for you, Mike. Don't you worry. We're checking the replay here, and we can really see this one starts to become a heater, in my opinion, right about here, where they're entering the hairpin, slowing them down a little bit, stacking them boys up one against the other as they transition across that reference point, and Chris Stevens tossing it all the way up. Ooh, and Cressette jumping right to his side. saying, hey, listen, I didn't let you go at any point in that chase run. I'm right here. So this next battle should be interesting.
This
Flip him
course
around.
is
Let's go.
so big. It's so long.
Yes.
I think it's the longest course in competitive drifting.
I'd wager on that. There's 6 outer zones.
I don't know about European stuff. I don't get those channels, but this is a long course. There's so many zones. There's so many ways to make mistakes and clean up mistakes. And you saw that Cressette just did crazy stuff to clean up that, and we're going to see what he's capable of now in that lead position, going up with Chris Stevens, our current points leader, jumping to the side. Chris Stevens showcasing that calm, poised positioning that's gotten where he is in the point series, but Colin's right behind him. Stevens jumps to the smoke, mimicking Colin going down the hill as Cressette doing exactly what that G35 needs to do, getting to the outside 3. It looks like we got a red flag up. It might be a restart, which is a shame because it's a heater of a lap here as Cressette rotates out to outside 5. Stevens right behind him. Stevens needs to push the power down to that G35. Cressette starts to walk away. Both drivers rotate down the bank wall over the reference point. Jumps up. Cressette right on the bank wall. Stevens trying to close the gap across the finish line. We do have a flag on the play. I got word over the radio during that run. We have a flag on the play. Our lead driver hit a cone. We have to force a restart.
You guys are in for a treat.
You guys are getting so much more
Because
for your money. And
technically,
this stuff's free.
everyone closed your eyes. That run does not count.
No, it counts.
It does not
Look,
count.
it's saucy. Look at it.
It's saucy,
I'm
Mike.
watching it right
Listen,
now.
it may be sauced, but technically it does not exist. So strike it from the court records.
No, it's free. This one's on us.
Right. This one's on the house. All right. This one's for being such great spectators. But we are going to need to put those 2 drivers back on the line and send them again because technically the lead driver, that's Cressette, hit a cone. So he should not have continued drifting.
Now, we do have a flagger on top of the hill on the left side entering into outside zone 1. It is the responsibility of those drivers to shut down their vehicles and machines in a very safe manner. They decided to party, which I'm not mad at them against.
I'm not mad either. Plus, as a chase driver, Chris Stevens, maybe he saw the flag, maybe he didn't, but as a chase driver, the strategy to continue to drift behind Cressette, I don't blame him for that. What if the flag didn't count? What if it was in the breeze?
I've seen the look in Stevens' eyes when he's chasing people. He is target fixated. He's like, I'm killing whatever
That's
that is.
fair.
He's chasing the rabbit. So it looks like our drivers are behind our burnout box. I'm sure being discussed and told by our officials what's happening.
Hey, remember the flag that exists in the first turn? Don't hit any cones. It's probably exactly what they were saying, right?
Unfortunately.
But hey, good for us. We're going to get to see that battle one more time. I'm excited.
Looks like they're both pulling up back to the line, not having to change tires. The perks of lower horsepower vehicles.
True.
All right, it looks like Cressette, the croissant, sitting in that lead position, now has to repeat exactly what he just did. And Stevens now has to chase and do exactly what he just did.
Keep your eyes on the cones, and they all look good. No flag as we come into the first turn. Cressette leading and Chris Stevens giving chase. Cressette with a nice big smoky entry coming out to outer zone number 1. And Chris Stevens just knocking on the door. This looks identical to the last run. It's almost like they just did this.
They're coming down the hill with mimicking, mirroring images. Cressette doing exactly what he do. Stevens right on the back bumper to that G35, rotating and making his move now, going into outside 4. Cressette doing a good job avoiding outside 4 ever so slightly. That's not going to make Sarah happy. Both drivers avoid outside 5 as well. Stevens falling into position. Cressette, unfortunately, maybe trying to increase his speed through the course here, but Stevens right behind him, making sure his presence don't increase in angle. Wow.
Guys.
These guys are making the dollars worth it right here.
Heck yeah. That's worth the price of admission, I'm telling you.
And you guys at home on Facebook and YouTube are getting this stuff for free.
For free.
Crazy.
For free.
As
And
you guys
I
at home
believe-
can see on the replays, these side-by-sides of those 2 laps, unfortunately, Cressette taking out the cone, having to repeat, may have been a deficit to him as he knows that Stevens was in his window the entire lap. Trying to increase his vehicle speed may have taken a sacrificial note into where the car was actually positioned on track.
And I believe we have a result here. Judging, I'm assuming, based off that fantastic chase run, Chris Stevens gets the win. Chris Stevens gets the win.
Definitely make a round of applause for Cressette. in that G35.
Fantastic showing.
I believe this is his first Gambler as well.
I believe so as well. And qualifying for the Gambler, putting down a great score and giving
some aggression.
our number one driver in points a run for his money, I think that's nothing to be shake a stick at. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely not. Hold your head high. But we're going to move on into our next bracketed battle. It looks like we have our one more time between Steve Facenda taking that lead position in that white S13, that coupe, going up against the Hopquake, Brian Hopp, in that
Now-
VQ with the plenum spacer, S13 hatch.
Don't forget it. Now what you're seeing here is a strategy by Brian Hopp. He knows that he is the underpowered car. He's allowed to start a little bit farther back. He's allowed to jump the start in order to try to put it on Steve Facenda's door, which is what we want to see in the chase position. And I'll tell you, he's given it all she's got, Captain.
You can
And
hear that trumpet
Steve said,
blaring.
you can try. This Jay-Z Power says, nah.
And Brian Hopp, a big mistake there, trying to keep up to the side of Steve Facenda. That one more time with the data from that last battle, Steve knew exactly what he needed to do, already driving a fluid lap before. You can see him just driving away from that VQ-powered car, Brian Hopp. Brian Hopp beat, Steve, a little deep there through outside 4, giving the time and room for Brian Hopp to clean it up going into outside 5. Steve slowing down now, and Brian Hopp starting to bark at the side of Steve Facenda. You can hear all the clutch kicks coming out of that car as both drivers rotate up to that final zone. Steve Facenda, it's Brian trying to bark at the last second, but he needs more spacer.
I don't know if that's enough. You can tell Brian's trying to drive the wheels off this thing successfully at the last event he drove at, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to take out Steve Facenda, who looks to have turned it up since his last battle with Brian Hopp. He looks like he's out for the win here, Mike.
You know what? I'm just going to say his clutch is slipping because he's literally been beating it like it owes him lunch money
That's a great
all
point.
day.
Hey, if you don't let your clutch be engaged ever, you might not get all the sauce.
I told him to stop lifting.
Is he?
No.
I don't think he is.
No, he's not. The only thing stopping that engine from doing anything is the clutch pedal. He's literally, I think there's a brick on the floor.
Yeah. I'm just picturing it dangling off underneath the...
It's a cable tie. He just wraps it around his
Right.
hand and it
just
wraps
attached
it,
to his foot.
It's
Okay.
it's an on and off switch.
Yeah.
Brian Hopp now sitting in that lead position with his VQ-powered S13, waiting for Steve Facenda and his S13 coupe to come into that chase position, lock himself
Now-
into the grid.
That whole starting back farther strategy is not allowed in the lead position. I mean, I guess technically you can. You cannot start until the lights are illuminated, so you can't jump early, and you have to make it through the chicane without hitting any cones like we saw in the previous battle. So I guess dealer's choice with how fast you want to try to go through the chicane.
There's definitely a science that goes to actually launching a drift car off of the line in a controlled manner to still get the vehicle speed that you need without just burning the tires off.
True.
A lot of domination in battle comes from this first time frame right here. And you can see Steve Facenda falling right into position where he needs to be behind Brian Hopp's trumpet, the jazz man, Brian Hopquake going into outside 1, but Steve's right behind him. You can see a lot of angle lacking out of Hopquake's car, but he's making it work as he rotates out to outside 2. Steve Facenda shortly behind him, though, as both drivers mimic themselves down and holding their momentum into outside 3. Brian Hopp doing a good job past that front inside clip. Steve taking out that cone, but rotates in to find that position right behind Brian Hopp's S13. Jumping into that outside 4, rotates out to 5. Brian needs to keep it out of the dirt here, and Steve's shortly behind him. Nice and calm. Steve Facenda, fluid as always. Right behind Brian Hopp's VQ-powered S13. Nice and high line. Steve now closing the gap to showcase he could have been there. A little patient. I would like to see Steve be more aggressive, but it's early in battles. You know, that's wise. That's wise. That's mature.
And you may have even heard it from the judges. Steve Facenda gets the win. Steve Facenda gets the win.
Quality battle out of Brian Hopp. I am looking forward to him coming into that new machine. I can only guess it has 1,000 horsepower. He'll probably have a comma.
If it has more than the 6 horsepower
1,600. I heard
with.
1,600. Can we get 1,800?
I don't even know if he's working on horsepower. It sounds like duck power from what I'm seeing.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to watching Brian Hopp come out in a new competitive car. So keep your eyes on Brian Hopp for next year going into 2023. But unfortunately for Brian Hopp, that's going to end his Gambler round, the final round here at Raceway Park. But Steve Facenda is going to move on into the next bracket. Our next battle on the line, we got Nicholas Delicious, Nick D'Alessio.
His favorite restaurant is Olive Garden. He loves espresso. Bring him up, Nick Delicious.
Going up against the ringer, Tim Frito, Watching this guy jump a BMW 2002 on literal dirt bike jumps, like with sticks in the car. I love Frito's part of that Barry camp. I think Barry tunes his car, and that's why he runs like a champ, because Frito is not nice to it.
Do not sleep on Frito either.
All right, here we go. We got Frito in that lead position, sitting behind that Drift HQ, right under our repurposed drag tree here at Raceway Park, going up against Nick D'Alessio, with that S13 Coupe, 1J power, I believe.
I believe so as well.
That car is an old 2013 FD Pro car.
It is. It's got the coolest roof ever.
It does have that car's literally been like that for years.
Forever.
That thing needs to be in a museum.
I was just going to say that.
Not
All
Nick,
right.
though. He's young and spry. He's ready to go
sure.
right now as he chases down Frito and going into outside one. Nick might have been asleep at the line, but now starting to clean it up now as Frito clicks into outside one. D'Alessio shortly behind him, and Frito definitely a gap here as Frito works his way through outside 2, holding his momentum nice and fluid through outside 3. D'Alessio trying to keep up to the side of the BMW of Frito, but Frito just diving into outside 4. Super deep, just the way Sarah likes it. D'Alessio avoiding the cone. See, that's why that car's still around. I would have destroyed that cone. But D'Alessio making a few mistakes here, trying to keep up to the side of Frito, driving like a madman right now. Look at that flick down the reference box.
Frito is driving the wheels
Calm
off this
down,
thing.
the buddy. Nick D'Alessio just trying to keep up with the wheel man. Frito, Jesus, man.
Frito is moving. I don't know. To me, he seems even faster than we normally see him. So I don't know what he's been doing to that car in the time between the last event and this one, but gosh dang, he's been doing it right.
You know for a fact Frito's emotions inside that car right now are
nuts.
Yeah,
top 10.
He's been driving.
It's over 9,000. He's having a blast. Nick D'Alessio now going to sit into that lead position.
A lot of balls on that one.
A lot of balls on that guy.
You can see when Frito gets stoked on a run, you'll see him take his hand out the window and start fist bumping after the final turn.
I've driven Frito, I think the first time he rode on an XDC course layout was in my car, and he's the best hype man. I literally never had more fun with somebody in my passenger seat than Tim Frito. And he drives exactly as I'm adding Frito. We need Frito shirts too.
Okay.
All right, so Frito's now going to be in that chase position where Nick D'Alessio is now going to have to put down a 100-point lead lap. Frito is missing from the line, I believe. Did I hype him up too much and he break it?
Did we announcers curse this man? Or potentially?
Oh, there he is. He's just blending.
He's
blending.
Because he's blue. He's dark blue.
All right, D'Alessio sitting in that lead position behind that Raceway Park drag tree. Frito in the chase with that blue E36 BMW.
They're going to go ahead and light those 3 yellow lights up. 1, 2, 3, and when they go out, the green will come back on and we'll send our drivers. I believe our grid workers are just making sure our drivers are prepared to go ahead and send it.
Yeah, it looks like our track is set up and prepared. Our judges are ready. Frito holding on to that Flipsco Let It Ride token.
Looks like one of the drone guys is having a good time.
Yeah, you guys at home, that sign's been there for a long time.
Hey, maybe they love Raceway Park as much as we do.
I'm dizzy.
All right, it looks like we got the green light. These guys are ready for the second half of the battle here. The drag tree getting illuminated. Yellows are on. D'Alessio to lead. Frito to chase.
And away we go. Nick D'Alessio looking to make up for some of those slight errors in the chase position by entering super early and aggressive, but Frito is chasing him down. Nick D'Alessio coming to that first outer zone and getting about halfway in that zone, not bad, and pulling a little bit of distance on Frito, but he closes that gap nice and quick coming into that second outer zone. Coming down the hill, D'Alessio fills the third outer zone nicely, and they transition simultaneously across that inner clip. Coming into the fourth outer zone, I'm judging you, and he does a pretty decent job filling that out. Coming into that fifth outer zone of the hairpin, allowing Frito to really snuck up to his door. He is right on the man's door, across the reference point, and coming into that final outer zone, this one Frito's gonna lay it on, and Nick D'Alessio pulling away. Dang, he came to battle today.
D'Alessio did not like getting punked on that first lap at all. You can really see that Philly aggression coming out here. D'Alessio making his presence known in that lead lap, trying to walk away from the side of the BMW of Frito. Frito doing a good job manipulating the BMW behind him, trying to clean up that proximity. You guys at home are seeing that side-by-side replay. D'Alessio, a little lackluster going into outside 3, but he cleans it super up through the inside clip there. Does a great job through outside 4. Frito a little shy on the inside, trying to keep that proximity, as D'Alessio really showing the confidence in the second half of his lead lap, and D'Alessio doing a solid job through outside 5, and this is where the distance was really made. He blew out of the hairpin here, really held the speed, but Frito's not far behind him, cleaned it up into the bank.
Nice job. The judges are going to take this side-by-side view that you guys are seeing at home and really break it down to choose which driver they felt showcased the best lead and chase runs combined.
If you guys are joining us on Facebook or YouTube or here live, make sure you guys show support to all our sponsors and partners involved, helping make the Gambler Series happen. You guys at home on the stream, they're scrolling past it. Find them on the social media. Tell them we sent you over. We definitely would appreciate it. And we have a winner. The Ringer, doubling his Flipsco Let It Ride token. Tim Frito takes the win, taking out Nicholas Delicious.
Nice job, and you can definitely tell the aggression there. I think that's why the judges awarded it to Frito. He's on a mission. And we have our next battle on the line already, and sending him Jimmy Revert and Lipton in the Corvette giving chase.
Lipton.
Revert throws it into that first outer zone. They are moving coming up the hill, but Lipton is glued to his side. He might be a chase driver here. He might be the chase ringer for sure. And I might be cursing him as he falls back a little bit, but that's all right as Revert comes down the hill, and Lipton closes that gap as they come around to outer zone number 4. Moment of truth. All right, I'll give it to him. That was enough for sure.
Lipton starting to crank it up now.
Yeah, coming into the hairpin, Lipton's like reeling in. Great job by both of these V8s screaming across that reference point into that last outer zone of the bank turn. Wow.
Lipton's driving a Dolphin out there. That thing is making all sorts.
Holy cow.
He's looking for a way in, but Jimmy Revert doing a solid job in that lead position, checking off outside 1 just as the judges asked. He's clicking off outside 2 with tons of angle and smoke. Nice and fluid into outside 3. Jimmy doing a fantastic job in this lead position here. As Lipton, this first-time gambler, a first-time competitive driver here, actually, I think his first competition ever, doing a fantastic job trying to keep to the side of Revert, but Revert just doing a solid, dominating lead lap here. Lipton here, this is where he makes the Dolphin move. Get me in, let me in. Poking, jabbing at him, but Revert poised across the finish line. A solid first half out of the battle here from Jimmy Revert.
Yeah, we're gonna have to flip him around and let Lipton lead and Revert chase, and we'll see the second half of this battle in just a moment.
That transition Jimmy Revert had going outside 2 down the 3 was saucy. It was definitely very throttle confident and commanding, and you can really showcase that speed that he gained out of there where Lipton tried to clean it up and he couldn't catch back up until we had to slow it all the way down into outside 5. Lipton with that Corvette doing a good job barking, being where he needs to be, but just not matching the same angle as Revert is just a dominating wheel speed throughout the entire course here today, and a solid first half of the battle. I'm looking forward to Lipton. His first competitive outing here, drove all the way down. I'm pretty sure he's one of those Lock City boys. Drove all the way down for a gambler, the final round. Should have had you here all year, bud, because you've been killing it throughout practice. Let's see his lead lap, see what he's made of. With Jimmy Revert already confident in his vehicle, has to chase.
I believe Revert is in the points as well. He might be in the top 5 of points. So he's looking to maintain his spot or maybe even climb the ladder a little bit, so he wants to move on from this battle.
Yeah, Stevens moving on in battle already, but Root not moving on yet. Our points race heating up, but here we go as Lipton blazing away from Jimmy Revert on the start. That C5 Corvette driving away as Jimmy Revert's trying to clean out the proximity now. Jimmy Revert jumps right to the backside. A solid move out of Jimmy Revert as he cleans up the proximity in only one zone. Drives down the outside 3. Lipton taking that Corvette down through the inside. A little shy off that inside clip, giving Revert some real estate to work with. And Lipton too fast. And a solid save out of both guys. Our drone blinded the drama. And it looks like they made it out unscathed.
We hate to see a spin, but we like that there's no collision. The cars are not hurt. They can live to drive another day. And they do.
So loud. All right, Jimmy, if you win some money this weekend, mufflers, dude.
Oh, come on.
Mufflers.
No.
Some serious experience
No.
with that save that Jimmy did there.
Yeah?
Yeah, the judges are giving it up to the
Jimmy's
save
OG,
by
dude.
Jimmy.
That was a very good
We like to see the drivers have enough car control and to be able to predict a spin by the lead driver to make sure to keep their car out of the lead car, keep out of that contact.
Yeah, definitely giving the kudos through the judges for Jimmy. A great save there. Lipton just pushing. First time out, first competitive round. A confident drive. Definitely probably a little bit of a mental game there. Needs to keep his composure, but with a dominating entry going into outside one on a Lipton with that C5 Corvette. And he started off so strong and just got a little ahead of himself.
And let's make it official because of that spin, which will be a 0. Jimmy Revert will get the win. Jimmy Revert will get the win.
That's also going to let Jimmy double his East Coast Drift School Let It Ride token, the $50 going into the next battle. Speaking of our next battle, up on the line, number 2 in the points, Trevor Root, a newly awarded Prospect driver.
Yep, and this is number 2 in the points and number 3 in the points, Mike Knapp.
Man.
So this is a good battle, and only one of them are going to move on to the top 8.
That's Mike Knapp driving that 1 Series BMW in the chase. Root having a dominating year thus far. Let's see if he can dominate this lead lap. Jumps down, clicks in a little left foot brake to get the car positioned to outside 1, but Mike Knapp's right behind him. Trevor Root checking off, nice and deep through outside 1, but Mike Knapp right on the backside of that BMW. Mike's hungry. Mike deep into outside 2. Almost catastrophic for the 1 Series. Starts to chase down Root down. Root doing a great job in that lead position. Jumps past that front under clip. A ton of aggression out of Root's BMW going to outside 4. Root avoids outside 4. Mike Knapp trying to close in the gap now as they work their outside 5. Root doing a solid job in 5. Knapp trying to put the wheel speed down now. As both drivers click off the reference box. Knapp makes his move, falls in the position. Woo! Michael Napkins.
That's a chaser. Get your napkins ready because that's a chase run.
Jeez. These guys are out for
Dang.
blood. It's like records or checkers. The final round at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Trevor Root with that LSA supercharged V8-powered BMW in the lead. Mike Knapp, pretty sure dropped a tire. That's the sketchiest spot to drop a tire out here. Doing a great job. And Mike, after that little hiccup, trying to clean up his proximity. Root avoiding outside 4 right here.
Ooh, he's
Knapp
on
trying
the
to chase
list.
him down. This is where things start to get spicy as Root falls into position. Knapp, knowing he needs to close that gap, makes a sacrifice, avoids the reference box, drives straight at Root's door, clicks right into position, and closes off that half of that battle with authority.
We're going to have to leave it to the judges on that one and see if they like that sacrifice or if they felt that it was too large of a sacrifice in the chase position and loses points. So
I'm here for it.
we love proximity anytime we can see it.
This is why I'm not a judge, though.
Yeah, me neither. I don't
I
wanna
like
trade
when
with 'em.
dudes drive things, you know?
Yeah.
And Michael Napkins out there driving things.
This time he's going to lead, and Trevor Root will give chase. Trevor Root's an excellent chase driver. We should see some proximity from him here, but will it be more proximity than Mike Knapp? Away they go. This time, Mike Knapp with a lead, and Trevor Root giving chase. Mike Knapp entering well before that first initiation cone. But hey, he's missing a lot of that first outer zone, unfortunately. Tons of smoke, line looks great, but unfortunately not right in the perfect spot on the track there. Losing a little bit of angle coming down the hill, but he does get into outer zone number 3 really well. Little shallow as he comes across that first cone.
Oh,
And-
no.
Oh no!
And another great
right.
save out of these drivers.
Who's putting banana peels in outer zone number 4?
Sarah? What'd you
Is it
do
me?
out there?
I promise it was not me. I want to see all these drivers in that zone.
Yeah, that's
you know?
Sarah's spot.
Who's the anti-Sarah who's putting some slipperies down there? I don't want to see that.
Well, look at it. They're having a little powwow. I'm sorry, man.
Guys.
I didn't mean to do it.
Do you still love me, bro? I still love you, bro.
Make some noise for Trevor Root and Mike Knapp.
Let's give it up for both of these drivers as they finish out this run here for us. Just a treat for the fans.
Look, Root right back, taking taillights off anyway. What an animal. Turning cars into airplanes, Trevor Root. Look, Mike Knapp breaking the only rule he made.
Didn't we talk to these boys in the drivers' meeting? Is it because
He's
he
just
already got
excited.
eliminated?
He's excited.
He's
man.
excited.
That was a good battle out of Mike
It
Knapp.
was a great battle. Unfortunately, he put a little too much sauce on the old taco heading into outer zone number 4. We hate to see it. But you know what? It was a jalapeno. That was a spicy run.
Unfortunately, that's going to end Mike Knapp's weekend here at the final round of the Gambler, but that means Trevor Root, sitting second in points, gets a vital win in that point series, moving him on to the next bracket.
And Root will steal Mike Knapp's South Bay fuel injector token, and it will reset to $25, but double as Root moves farther in the bracket, if he does move farther in the bracket.
Those Let It Ride tokens are in play, awarded randomly to qualifying spots. Those qualified driver positions are then awarded that $25 that doubles every time a driver takes a win. Once those drivers get into that finals, those values lock when they get stolen. If a driver steals a Let It Ride token at any point, we reset the token's value and that driver has to take it for a ride. Most of our drivers choose to let it ride the entirety of the course, but you could put those tokens in your pocket to save some gas money or just get home and have a good steak dinner. But either way, it's your money to choose and your money to gamble here at Raceway Park at the Gambler. We're gonna have our next battle up on the line. Tyler Foley with that V8-powered BMW in that lead position, going up against Chris Knapp in that Jay-Z-powered IS300. Tyler Foley, another newly awarded 2023 Pro Spec driver. Looking forward to watching the Foley camp work their way through the Pro Spec series, traveling around the country. Chris Knapp, definitely no stranger to competition, competing in East 10, having wonderful showings throughout the year, here to make a dominant presence at the Gambler, the final round at Raceway Park. And here we go, Tyler Foley clicking into outside one. Rotates the car down the BMW nice on a wide line. Chris Knapp shortly behind him. Knapp, a little lag also on the throttle, but now trying to clean it up, giving the space maybe to get on the throttle and drive that car all the way through outside two, trying to keep up with the rocket ship of that truck engine underneath Tyler Foley's BMW. Both drivers rotate past that front inside clip. Dive down, Chris Knapp makes his move in outside four. That drone right behind the taillight of the IS300. Both drivers jump up to outside five. Foley, nice and wide, but Chris Knapp, right where he needs to be. Knapp, a little bit of a bobble. May have been contact or avoiding of contact. Both drivers rotate up. Foley right on the wall. Chris Knapp, a ton of angle, a drag race to the finish line. Make some noise for Tyler Foley and Chris Knapp.
You know, I know Tyler Foley and his team were scrambling to get his car ready to come out to this event, but hey, I bet they're all glad he's here now. #1 qualifier and just driving phenomenally in the competition here. Both of these drivers doing such a great job, putting on an exciting run for the fans here. I mean, that looks great. Let's see how they come in here. So this is an interesting spot. Let's see if there was any contact here in the hairpin.
Both drivers almost, Chris Knapp almost mirroring the transition.
Oh, maybe a little bit.
Barks a little bit. Maybe
a
contact.
Kiss.
To be
Just
honest,
a little smooch.
I think he put the input in thinking he was going to make some contact.
Yeah.
And it's just, he got lucky, but
Yeah.
he put the input in. So
Yeah.
not a bad choice, not an unwise choice from Chris Knapp. No stranger from getting his front wheels ripped off.
Yeah, we want to see him. We want to see him on each other's doors. So we'll see a little bit of soft contact here and there when we need to.
Chris Knapp has been competing in the Gambler Series East 10. He has been known to get aggressive when he gets confident, and he looks confident. Tyler Foley, Mr. Consistency. I competed against Foley in the last Gambler, got to practice with him. This dude is butter, such a fun lead, and he's really showcased it here. Confidence in every lead lap. Chris Knapp, plenty of real estate to play with, maybe just trying to keep up.
Yeah, man. He's definitely up against a lot with Tyler Foley. He's #4 in the points right now, #1 qualifier. He's been known to stand on the podium quite a bit. So, you know, it's a tall order, and I would bet that Chris Knapp threw it in there just trying to put it all the way on his door, put on a good show. But hey, now we're going to flip him around and let Chris Knapp lead and Tyler Foley give chase.
That Jay-Z-powered IS300 of Chris Knapp sitting in that lead position right in the chicane. You can see our repurposed Raceway Park drag tree. The yellows will illuminate to green and their drivers to get the signal to go. Tyler Foley in the chase position. Yellows are on, green's illuminated. We're looking for a clean start. No cones, no red flags. And it looks like we got a clean start out of Chris Knapp. Taking that lead position, Tyler Foley in the chase. Knapp jumps into that first, a dominant aggression in, a lot of handbrake, getting on the throttle now. Foley keeping a little bit of poise behind him, trying to keep up with the Valinos on the backside of Chris Knapp. Foley, a little angle choice to dive in, no going in outside two. Foley trying to clean up the proximity to Chris Knapp. Nice and fluid down the hill now, it's outside three. Chris Knapp rotates the front end right past the front ender clip. Foley caught in the smoke line. Foley trying to clean up behind Chris Knapp. Foley almost making contact, driving through the smoke. Chris Knapp doing a fantastic job keeping to the asphalt. Linking off outside zone 5, Foley shortly behind him. And let's see, Foley makes a move, jumping through the smoke line. He knows he needs to be there, and Chris Knapp gives it to him.
Wow.
A dominant lap here from both drivers.
Hey, the fans are stoked on that one. That was a great run. Chris Knapp putting down a super smoky, aggressive lead line, but Tyler Foley right on his door for the majority of that run. That was a great one. We're going to get to see them side by side now so the judges can compare lead run to lead, chase to chase, and pick themselves a winner.
Chris Knapp's lead lap here was phenomenal.
Yeah, textbook.
And it's not going to be enough. Foley gets the win. Tyler Foley moves on, taking out Christopher Napkins. Chris Knapp in that IS 300. A prominent showing in that lead lap, but the chase position just...
Now that may have been exciting. I think it came down to Chris Knapp's chase run. That small error there coming into the bank where he threw a little bit too much angle on there and fell far down in the bank turn. I think that's what stood out to the judges. You know, when he could have done a better job of staying high in the bank and staying on Foley's door. So unfortunately, it comes down to those tiny errors like that. It was a great run by both drivers, but Tyler Foley just had a cleaner chase run, I think, in the judges' opinion.
Yeah, you guys at home, if you're watching the replay, you can see where that little may have been contact really threw off Chris Knapp, and that miscalculation going into the bank wall was just too much for the judges to look away from, giving Foley the win and moving himself into the next bracket.
Yeah, Foley is our first driver in the Final Four. Coincidentally, also fourth in points. And we have
And our number one qualifier.
And our number one qualifier. Forgetting about the most important part. Oh, my God.
Foley's on a tear, and
Yeah.
he's locked into the truck engine V8. He's got a high horsepower V8 engine ready to go for Prospect, but he's just out here with a truck engine in his chassis, just having a ball.
He's getting those laps in, prepping for competition next year in Formula Drift.
That dude has gotten so much seat time this year. I'm looking forward to him competing in the Prospect rounds.
Me
But
too.
for right now, he is in the Final Four at this final round of the Raceway Park the Gambler. As we gather up our next bracketed battles, as we send
away
off our
they
next
go.
bracketed battles. And here we go.
Here we have Rosalski leading and Steve Facenda giving chase. There they go, away into the first turn. Rosalski really getting all the way to that outside zone, doing a great job. This dude, I can't say enough about his throttle commitment. Phenomenal job coming into the second outer zone, going a little bit wide there, allowing Steve Facenda to catch up in the chase position. But he's getting it back together as they come across that inner clip and out to outer zone number 4, drum roll please, but he does fill it completely, nice job. Coming to the 5th outer zone of the hairpin. The dude is putting on such a great lead run, but Steve Facenda is right on his door, not letting him get away. Great,
contact.
Does he get the bank a little bit? Oh my goodness. That was
Evan.
wild. So you are, it's Rosalski.
Calm down.
You are allowed to touch the bank wall. You're allowed to make contact with the wall or outer zones. However, it will be a few points off if the contact causes you to change your line to bobble at all, which I believe he did just slightly. So the judges are going to take a look at how that car acted in the bank turn after he caught a little bit of that wall.
Kevin's entry into outside four, Sarah. Do you want to talk about that?
Man, I mean, that's how it should be. Everyone take notes. We want to see nice and smooth and deep.
Kevin found the spot, dude. Kevin found the spot. Steve Facenda right behind him. Kevin finding the tail end of the wall twice. That dude's an animal.
Hey, points for keeping it together. That wall knows how to eat cars. So the fact that he got into it twice and didn't catch the front end in the wall.
What is with BMW guys turning cars into airplanes?
Yeah, what is it? Well, we'll have to ask Root. He loves to contact the wall too.
I really hope they just build like a tail fin for that thing. Aerodynamic.
I can fly.
All right, Kevin. Look at that. Look at Sarah, right where you want
Flawless. And the throttle commitment. I can't say it enough.
Steve's right behind him, though. Steve doing a great job in that chase position, right behind Kevin's E30.
I'm excited to see Steve Facenda lead and Rosalski to give chase here. This should be very exciting. We have both the drivers back on the line. And away they go. The lights are on. The green light is illuminated. Steve Facenda will lead and Rosalski giving chase.
All right, here we go. Steve taking that lead position. Kevin jumping right, barking at the side of the S13 of Steve Facenda as both drivers work through the outside zone number 1. Steve Facenda doing a good job holding and maintaining the same angle through outside 1. Rotates down to 2. Kevin starting to bark, a weird place to bark, but he starts to clean it up. Now falling behind, trying to clean up that proximity. Mimics the rotation of Steve Facenda, way off the line, but you can see where that sacrifice may clean up for Kevin as he jumps right back into position. Steve doing a good job in the lead position nonetheless, but Kevin Rosalski marking on the side of Facenda. You can see the taillight, he's about to see the wall again, I can feel it. Steve Facenda jumps right up, and Kevin right behind him, closing the gap. A great second half of the battle here for Steve Facenda and Kevin Rosalski.
Rosalski,
Remember it.
If anybody wants to come up and correct me, they're more than welcome.
And he's holding multiple Let It Ride tokens.
He is. Rosalski's holding the Drift HQ, which has doubled with his win, and also stole Ramos's Frito Motorsports token. But, I mean, I hate to predict. I don't want to make any predictions, but unfortunately, I don't know if Rosalski was close enough in the first half of his chase battle to be able to be in the game.
Well, this is why I enjoy talking into the stick instead of being a judge, because I don't have to do the math and figure all this out, because it's exciting nonetheless. So, I mean, you guys did a good job.
Yes.
Dude, that's Kevin was right on the back bumper. I like the transitions.
Flawless.
It's all transitions, people.
I think if Kevin was as close to Steve as he was in the second half as the first half, I think that would have been an easy choice.
Oh, and the judges are going to give it to you. One more time, we're going to see Steve Facenda and Kevin Rosalski. A one more time battle out of both of these drivers. The judges want more. Spice it up, boys.
We just saw enough errors on both ends to the point where we weren't going to split hairs, so we ended up just going with the one more.
All right, so from the judges' word, they saw enough from both sides that they weren't going to split hairs, so they decided we're going to want it one more time. We want a clean, fair fight out of our guys. And I'm sure they're not complaining. It's more laps out here at beautiful Raceway Park. We have fantastic weather. It's getting into golden hour out here. All you media guys, I know you're like checking your phones, your emails right now, but you guys are going to break your backs in like 30 minutes.
And this is Steve Facenda's second one more time, so I hope the boy brought enough tires. But we're going to move on to our next battle while we let them go change tires for that one more time. This is Chris Stevens and Tim Frito. Tim Frito starting a little bit farther back to try to keep up with that V8 of Chris Stevens, our current points leader. Chris Stevens screaming down that entry and entering right in the middle of that 3-2-1. But hey, not deep enough in that first outer zone, unfortunately. Normally he is dialed in, and Frito reels him in as they come down the hill there. Chris Stevens picking up speed as he comes to that center section, just screaming off limiter there. Can he fill it? Yes, he can. Outer zone number 4 filled and checked off, coming into outer zone number 5, allowing Tim Frito to really get up on his door. Both these cars are absolutely screaming across in front of the judges' tower and up into that final outer zone of the bank turn. Tim on his door. Nice job.
That's the stuff.
That's what we want to see.
Frito, a little lackluster in position. It looks like he barked a little too early there, but Stevens not really landing where he was supposed to go, and this is where the run really went downhill for Frito. Stevens started to check off the boxes now, starting to clean up his runs in the lead, avoiding these outside zones, trying to run away from Frito, knowing he's fast, taking a sacrifice at positioning for speed here, but that's not what the judges want to see. Frito doing his damnedest to keep up to the backside of the coupe of Chris Stevens, and right here, Frito jumps into position. He understands he's fall behind. He knows what to do to clean this up. He's no stranger to this bank and dives right back at him to try to put some authority on the last explanation point of his run. But unfortunately, Stevens really didn't give him the lead lap that Frito was looking for.
Yeah, I saw a few errors in the lead and the chase by both drivers. So hopefully they can clean it up for the second part of the run where Frito is going to lead and Stevens will chase.
Now this is important for Stevens in the points series race, where if Stevens takes a loss due to a lead lap,
he might give up first place.
Frito has to throw down a heater though.
Absolutely. In order to knock out that big V8 car that's been in the top on the podium so many times this season, Frito's got to have a flawless and aggressive lead. And we're about to see what he's got right about now.
We got Tim Frito sitting in the lead position with that BMW E36 right next to Chris Stevens with that 240SX. Got a push rod V8 under there. One of them LS engines.
Whee-wee, we love him.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
No, I don't think so.
All right, waiting for our track to be reset and our positioning to get back in a safe spot. Looks like everybody else is poised and ready. Our judges are chit-chatting, so they're ready. And
give it up for our track workers, making sure all the cones and positionings are set around the track, making sure our drivers stay safe out there today. Give it up for them. Great job. They really hustle every single event. I love seeing them out there.
It's going to be a good sunset.
It is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a good time trying to fix that. Yeah. No, yeah, we got it. Oh, yeah. And then it got put back.
In the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Sitting next to Michael Napkins. having a great showing. What happened to the 1 Series there? What fell apart? You were looking so solid.
The driver. No doubt. I mean, the car. I finally got the car within the brackets of adjustability, and I think it's a good car now. You know, I had my chance to like kind of leave Root in the dust. I tried so hard. I smoked the heck out of those tires, and they got greasy, and went away.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, Mike Knapp, piloting that 1 Series BMW.
Woo!
That E36 BMW getting piloted by Frito, jumping into outside zone number 1. Chris Stevens right behind him. Frito getting super deep, maybe too deep, but Stevens holding his composure right behind him. Frito starting to click off what the judges want to see now. Both drivers jump back in. Stevens starting to find some confidence behind Frito. Stevens, Jesus, that was like a glitch. How do you even get through that part of Frito's car? Stevens barking at the backside of Frito, jumps again. Stevens showcasing he can be there. Both drivers holding their position, and here we go. It's about to get spicy. Stevens setting himself up, jumps at the side of the BMW, maybe a little lackluster, but Frito's putting the taillight on the wall.
Yeah, see what I'm talking about? His hands out the window. Frito's stoked on that run. I think he knows he went a little bit wide on entry. I think even 3 tires off. The judges are going to have to take a look at that. Again, it's up to them, not us, but technically speaking, 3 tires off is a 0. So let's get that replay up thanks to our drone pilots who are doing a fantastic job out here today with this great weather. It is a little windy, so they are working for it. But yeah, we can see on that second half of the screen,
Look at the
Frito
sunset, though.
potentially could be 3 off.
3 off, Steven, that's the win.
All right.
And it is official.
It's official. That's 3 off out of Tim Frito. Just likes the dirt, man. Just likes the dirt. But 3 off out of Frito is going to give the win to Stevens, our points leader. Maybe catching a little bit of a break in that point series race. Looking to take home multiple big checks. Mike, how's it feel to give away all your money?
Would be feel a lot better to make some of it, but yeah, you know, I'm happy. The dudes are guys are ripping. I really love driving against them. I mean, the caliber out there is so good, and yeah, this is what makes it all work, you know, so it's enjoyable.
Well, it's been a pleasure to be here throughout the entire season. This being the final round at Raceway Park, watching every single driver progress leaps and bounds. Mike, yourself included, handling that monster of a 1 Series BMW. Actually, I mean, at this point, I think you have like 2 guns in your holsters. You just keep one car, like both sides. You're more of a righty guy, but every once in a while, like the S13 comes out.
And Mike sitting 3rd place in the points is proof that just showing up to every single round can put you in a points position where you're chasing the lead. Yeah. So he's had some great rounds where you end up on the podium. He's had some rounds that are a little heartbreakers like today. But just showing up, getting some points on the board, and he's chasing 3rd in the points. So great job this season, Mike.
Definitely a solid showcase out of both Knapp camps throughout the entire series. As we get back into that one more time battle, Kevin leaving Steve. Kevin in that E30 jumps into outside zone number 1. Steve shortly behind him. Both drivers working the way to outside zone 1 as Kevin gets in. Steve shuts it down, a major shutdown. Kevin in the E30 is going to have to clean it up. Steve.
We need to see Kevin complete this run without straightening, without zeroing.
We don't need a double zero situation.
We don't need a double zero situation.
You hate to see it. Steve already putting a dominant. Kept it on. Drone guy getting spicy. He's got the play now. Steve looks like his car's operating, maybe just making an error. An unfortunate turn of events for Steve and his S13. It looks. He must have heard me. Sorry, Steve.
We should make sure that Steve understands that he still has the second half of this battle. So if his car is operational, he should get to the line so they can complete the second half of this battle, because anything could happen. We've seen crazier stuff go down, Mike.
Yeah, Kevin has to now chase Steve. So whatever quirk that is happening with Steve's car has to happen and now in that lead position. If it was a driver error, then Steve has the opportunity to clean it up right now. If it was a machine error, that could come into play on biking back at Kevin, maybe resulting in not as a confident lead lap, but still the checklist that the judge is looking for. So you're going to have to wait for the second half of this battle as Kevin with the E30 is going to take that chase position, chasing down Steve Facenda in the S13.
So Steve Facenda may be calling his 5-minute. Now, we should make sure he understands he has the second half of this battle to run. Again, crazier things have happened. We highly suggest he runs the second half of this battle. Right now, Kevin is at the advantage, being able to complete that run without making any zeros. But, you know, you never know. So we're going to find out if... So Facenda will be calling his 5-minute timeout to work on the car. We are going to move on to our next battle while we let him have his 5-minute, and then we'll see the second half of that one more time battle between Rosalski and Facenda.
You can see Steve working his way out of the Raceway Park's road course here. Look at that sunset. Look at the boys through the trees. The golden hour is happening right now. You never saw Wawa pictures look so good under a Jersey sunset. We got our next drivers in the bark box warming up their tires.
And this will be the last battle we have of the top 8. We still have to run the second half of the one more time battle, obviously, but this is the last full battle between Revert and Root. So we do see Revert in the burnout box warming up his tires, and Trevor Root looks to be stepping up to be the line there.
Yeah, it looks like Root's already in position for his battle. Jimmy warming up his tires right there. Our drone guy flowing right in there, showing you guys how he chooses to warm up his tires, because this guy is throttle happy. He has had a dominant throttle input going in through outside 2 down to outside 3. Looking forward to his lead lap now as he locks himself into the chicane. Waiting for our media guy. Was that Barry? No, it's not Barry. Yeah, it is Barry.
It is him.
Those dang swivels.
All right, we have Revert in the lead and Trevor Root in the chase position, lining them up. We'll wait for the lights to come on and then go out to send this final battle of our top 8.
Oh, look. Is that your Instagram, Trevor? I'm going to follow you.
Everybody go follow Trevor.
Ooh,
Tell him to send it.
Nice Kenrick Meyer. All right. Looks like we got the thumbs up from Jimmy, our lead driver, sitting between the chicane. That LSA supercharged V8 of Trevor Root sitting in the chase position. Matching his drive. Trevor Root's right where he needs to be. Maybe a little deep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like a drivetrain error out of Jimmy.
Oh, no. Guys. Well,
Misco.
you hate to see it. I think that is going to be a 0 for Revert in the lead position.
Could we get our professional Misco? Can we get a professional to chime in on what might have happened there? All right. No comments at this time. All right. No comments.
I believe Revert is going to take the opportunity for the second half of this run to just make sure his car's all right. But unfortunately, the straightening on entry, straightening in that first outer zone, that's going to be a 0. And unfortunately not chaseable, so Trevor Root will not be docked for ending that run early.
An unfortunate way for Jimmy to enter into that lap. Like I said, he had a ton of throttle confidence throughout our course here. No stranger to the road course here at Raceway Park. It's a shame that a lead lap went like that, but sometimes that's motorsports. But his machine and himself are still operating to some context, so he's locking himself into that chase position up against Trevor Root, now taking the lead. That LSA supercharged V8 powered BMW of Trevor Root, ready to take that lead position once the drag tree illuminates down to the greens.
So Trevor Root will have the advantage here, but he still needs to put down a nice clean lead run in order to secure the win. Nothing's guaranteed, as we were talking about before in that one more time battle. So we want to still see a nice smooth run out of Trevor Root here, and away they go. This time, Jimmy Revert's got something to prove in the chase position. Trevor Root is going to lead, goes ahead and enters before that 3-2-1 cone. Nice job there, getting out to that first outer zone. Jimmy Revert is trying to reel him in here. He wants to make sure he puts on as best of a show as he can in the chase position. Oh! Dang, and a little too close, but it doesn't seem to affect Trevor Root. He said, I'm rooted. Trevor Tree.
Rooted and tooted. I'm Trevor Root, baby.
Nice job. Absolutely unfazed as he continues the run here. Just secure that win here in the top 8.
Look, still trying
Little
to
left foot braking, nice and high in the bank. The man is not phased.
Trevor's like, nothing worse than I've done.
Hey, nice lead run. Looks like the car is all right. So we're going to make it official. I think the judges will agree that that 0-0 in the lead and chase by Revert is going to have him taking the L, and we're going to see Trevor Root move on to the top 4.
Hopefully the Root camp can go back and check over that car and make sure it's still mechanically sound for the rest of the competition here with that contact with Jimmy Revert coming down the hill. A lot of momentum can get built up, and Jimmy's known for a lot of throttle confidence behind Root. Trying to make an aggressive choice to try to clean up to make the judges sway in his favor, and it was just a little too much sauce. Fortunately for the Root's BMW, it looks like it's still operating. Hopefully just a little tweak or bangs from there, but we'll see him back for the final four. Going up against Chris Stevens. The points chase verdict right there. Stevens versus Root. Our number 1 and number 2 in the point series race is going to fight it off in the final four. On the other side, we're still waiting for that one more time verdict between Rosalski and Facenda. Foley sitting on top of the final four bracket waiting for his opponent. Oh my God.
Mine is dying. We need batteries.
Can we get microphone batteries?
All right, so we have that final battle. This is actually only the second half of the battle between Rosalski and Facenda. We're going to get those guys up to the line right now so that they can complete the second half of that battle. Now, if you remember, Facenda did straighten. So Rosalski has the advantage here. It may even end up being a bye run if we don't see Facenda back on the line here. But we just want to see Rosalski take off for his second part of the battle, and then he will earn the win there. I see him waiting in the line, so we're going to get that battle up to the line now, and then we can close out our top 8. So it looks like Facenda is wrapping up the last part of his 5-minute timeout, and we're going to get him up to the line. It looks like he will take the second part of this battle against Rosalski, so we will see what happens there. Rosalski is looking to hang on to his Drift HQ token as well as his Freedom Motorsports token in our Let It Ride part of the competition. There's so many ways to win money here. We have the points race. We have the podium today. We have the Let It Ride tokens. We have the last man standing. I'm excited. I don't know if I can even tally all the money. We're getting a nice view from our drone pilots. Make sure you thank our drone pilots here who have been with us all season, giving the judges the bird's eye view, really allowing them to zone into those different battles and make sure they can choose the driver that put down the best showing. And just giving us a gorgeous view of Englishtown Raceway Park right now. You can see the dirt track, you can see the front course. Man, that's gorgeous. No good?
All right, it looks like Steve Facenda making his 5 minutes count, getting back out to the grid where you see him lined up right next to Kevin's E30 BMW. Steve Facenda piloting that S13 coupe, I believe has a JZ, a 1J underneath the hood, going up against Kevin E30. Unfamiliar with Kevin's E30 as he's a first-time gambler competitor out here. I'm not going to assume what engine in there. You can't do that these days. Steve Facenda working his way through the burnout box, choosing not to rub off any more tire.
And I heard that it was just a fuel cut that caused him to straighten. Unfortunately, got too low on fuel and the car just...
The first lap. Is it the second lap? Second lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, second.
So this is the second half of that battle where Steve Facenda will lead and Rosalski will give chase. So this is the second half of their one more time battle. We already saw these drivers go head-to-head for one full set of battles already. We already saw Rosalski's lead run, and now we have to see Facenda lead.
All right, Steve now poised, ready to go, sitting behind that Drift HQ banner right underneath that drag tree repurposed from the other side when the stadium was built. The old drag strip here was repurposed and made into a drag or a drift stadium, my apologies, now utilized by Formula Drift during one of their rounds in the Pro Series. Some of these guys out here battling it out to get their license to be part of the 2023 roster. Those guys still out here fighting. Root, Foley, Stevens already in the Final Four, but this battle, this last half of it, Kevin or Steve fighting for the final spot in the Final Four at the final round of Raceway Park the Gambler. Steve taking that lead position, clicks in right onto the sun. Kevin shortly behind him with that E30. Kevin matching his angles, trying to close out the proximity now. Steve taking a dominant position through outside zone number 1. Kevin sacrificing a little position, trying to clean up, mimics Steve's transition going down the hill, but Steve doing a great job going to an outside 3, but Kevin's shortly behind him. Steve clicks back to that front inside clip. E30 of Kevin shortly behind. Steve avoiding outside 4, gets in a little late. Kevin starting to take this opportunity now to fall back into position now at 5. Kevin, a little stabby, keeps it out of the door though. It's something out there doesn't sound that
I hope
happy.
that wasn't a straighten.
But Facenda, solid finish, a solid first lap, or solid lead lap, geez. First lap, lead lap one more time, second half,
We're all
third time.
discombobulated. This is what happens when it gets later into the competition.
This is why I do this.
Everyone's excited. Everyone's stoked for the Final Four.
Ooh, look at that. You got Stevens and Frito on the left.
We're just reliving that great battle.
I mean, it was. It's all right. Every once in a while, you get a treat. Sometimes it's free. That one's on us. We have our other drivers poised on the backside of the road course. That sun, that iconic Jersey sun coming down the golden hour here at the road course. Here we go. These are the side-by-side laps that we were looking for. Kevin, that dominating lead with Steve with that shutdown. And Steve with a very confident lead lap. Kevin just looking for not to zero.
Right. And now we have to watch Kevin really closely in the hairpin here as they're coming around in his chase position to see but it was a small bobble, maybe it was an actual straight. And it certainly wasn't as big as Facenda's in the previous chase. But the judges are definitely going to have to take a look at that.
I don't know if you guys can hear it through my mic because they're awfully aggressive, but the judges did not like that motion out of Kevin's vehicle through the hairpin.
Steve straightened, Kevin straightened on the chase one more time.
All right, so the judges,
I don't believe this.
both drivers straightened. We're going to see it one more time. The judges want to see a battle.
In the same corner?
Technically,
Two different spots.
it's a 2 more time because we already seen them 1 more time.
Just
Now
what?
this is 2 times.
Look, you get enough value for
You
your
know
dollar.
what? Why am I complaining? More drifting is always better.
Show me where else in the world you get this much value for the
One
dollar.
more time.
You can't even get this
more
much
time.
Taco Bell at Taco Bell.
Not far.
Right? Yeah, on the couch.
See?
A lot of value.
Look, there's good snacks here. There's the bar. If you guys are hanging out here at Raceway Park, make sure you guys stop in by the grease truck, grab a snack. This might be a good time for you guys at home to grab a snack or even a bathroom break, or stop in at Sneaky Pete's Bar, grab one of those drink specials. Make sure you tip your bartender. And we'll be right back to the action here for our one more time battle between Rosalski and Facenda.
To conclude the top 4 drivers for our battle here in the last E-Town Raceway Park the Gambler of the year.
We don't care. We'll stay here until
All
we
night.
find a winner.
We'll keep going.
We want good, clean fun. All right, hang tight, everybody. We'll get back to the action here momentarily.
All right, our boys are on the line for hopefully the last one more time battle between these two drivers. I wonder if they're getting tired of it yet.
Nah, I know these guys are having a blast out here. Kevin, I believe his first time out at a Gambler, definitely getting the seat time he paid for out here with that BMW E30 now sitting back in that lead position for another one more time battle up against Steve Facenda with that JZ-powered S13 sitting right next to him. That repurposed Raceway Park drag tree ready to illuminate with the yellows. And here we go. We got the green light. Kevin barks out of the chicane. We need a clean start. Looks like we do. No flags on the play. Steve Facenda chasing that E30 down into the outside zone number 1. Kevin doing a solid job clicking in outside 1. And Steve, another shutdown. It's like time travel. Groundhog Day.
Yeah, it is like Groundhog Day. I think that wasn't in the exact same spot, was it?
It was.
Oh my goodness gracious. Might be more than just fuel in that car.
Hopefully the machine is okay. Hopefully it's another driver error. But Kevin finishing off nice and strong. You can see his hands throwing the car up into the wall there. A great shot out of the drone, seeing the sun out as the sunset comes down over Raceway Park.
And I believe we will have to run the second half of this battle, whether or not Steve wants to partake in it. He has already used his 5-minute timeout, so he will not be able to use that for here to try to figure out what's up with his car.
It
so
looks like Steve is exiting the track as we speak.
It's going to be do or die here, unfortunately, and this might be how this battle ends. You hate to see it.
He's giving some happy revs at the exit, and it seems like Steve's going to throw in the towel. Unofficially, that would give the win to Rosalski, putting him into the final 4, going up against Tyler Foley. Foley on a mission all day, taking out Mangle and Chris Knapp. Now ready to see battle into the final 4.
He doesn't have a 5-minute.
Then Mike Wazowski.
All right, so unfortunately, it looks like Steve Facenda is done for the day. He's out of his 5-minute timeout, so he is actually in his pit. You know, and you hate to see a driver go out like that, but it is nice to see Rosalski go ahead and put down this final lap to showcase that his car is fit for competition and he will earn the win.
He might need to. I think it's 10. Yeah, it's 10. I think he's fine. Does he let you know if he's got to go?
Yeah.
Yes.
He just has to show you.
He just has to leave the line.
Yeah, you have to run.
If he doesn't want to drift, just drive the line.
Tell him to do a perfect qualifying run.
All right. Kevin just needs to showcase that his car is still ready for competition. He just has to leave the line. What he chooses to do past that point's up to him. It's his car. We're not his dad. He can do whatever he wants. Kevin's a grown man. I assume he's a grown man. I have no idea, to be completely honest.
You got to be careful these days.
Yeah, you can't assume anything.
No.
Yeah, I think he's at least 16 because it's in the rules.
Yeah, and I think some listeners misheard earlier. I was not saying he has an LS. I know he does not. I was impressed that that car with whatever engine's in it can outrun an LS. So
are all 4 gentlemen still
impressed.
in the last man standing pool?
Let's see. Let's take a look at the last man standing. Please hold.
Please hold.
Hopp? I'm going to hop quake you out of these stands if you hold.
Sarah's going to look into our last man standing bet to see. While we're taking a little bit of a drone shot at Kevin, I believe we can send Kevin, can we not?
So Kevin is in our last man standing pot, as well as Chris Stevens and Trevor Root. So this is going to come down to the podium, if I had to guess. The only one that's been eliminated is Frito so far. So hey, it's anybody's game.
So that means there's hundreds of dollars still on the table, plus the thousands in big checks on the podium, plus the Point Series Championship for extra thousands of dollars. There is so much money to be won here at the Gambler here at Raceway Park. As you can see, Kevin taking his victory lap, putting his position into the final 4 here at the final round of Raceway Park, the Gambler.
And with this win, Rosalski is going to triple his Drift HQ token and double his Frito Motorsports token that he stole from Ramos earlier in the battles. And he's going to go in to the Final Four flush with tokens. This dude's doing great for his first gambler.
Yeah, he's showing up and just taking money left
Are
and
we
right.
sure this is his first one?
If it's not,
Gosh.
this is why it's not. Because this man is just taking money left and right. Plethora of tokens sitting in the Final Four.
Rosalski the robber, right?
Yeah, he's just, stealing everybody's lunch money. He's going up against Tyler Foley, no small feat, locked into that 2023 Pro Spec roster, awarded on the other side, also going up against Root and Stevens. There is plenty of drivers left in the field for Rosalski to take home. Lots of money to be won still, thousands and thousands of dollars.
And although Rosalski is the only driver in our Final Four that's not in the points race, there's still the podium from today to contend with. There's still all the prizes from this competition alone. It's not just about the points.
Well, and that's why this points race is so crazy, because throughout the year we have, like our friends down at Drift HQ came up for our last rounds of the Gambler. We have guys coming from all over the country to compete at random rounds at any given time. So the point series can go away at any point. And you can see that here where Kevin Rosalski is sitting in one of the final spots to get some points, knocking out Facenda, Hopp, Ramos. These guys have been here all year long putting points up. And this wild card came in and now sitting in one of the final spots.
Perfect word for it, an absolute wild card. He's here to shake up the points.
Yeah, and to be honest, there's so many other guys out here that shook up stuff throughout the entire bracket.
Absolutely.
It's definitely been an entertaining year here at Raceway Park, watching the Gambler jump back and forth between both courses.
I'm excited. I can't wait for next year.
Speaking of next, we got Chris Stevens, #1 in points right now, going up against #2 in points, Trevor Root. Trevor Tree. That LSA supercharged V8 powered BMW of Trevor Root in that chase position.
We got to see, okay? Because Trevor Root, when he drives normally, it's great, and that's Trevor Root. When Trevor Root is driving at the edge of out of control and just letting it ride for
Airplane
us, that's
mode.
Trevor Tree.
That,
Airplane mode. That's Trevor Tree driving.
So these guys are fully aware of everything I'm talking about. Chris Stevens freshly waxed his car for this event. Trevor
Most of
Root.
the body panels match.
There's a lot of bragging right here.
Yeah, this is all ego right here. Get ready for the action as we go down as Chris
go,
Stevens
boys.
takes that lead position. Trevor Root taking the bark back at the chase. And Trevor jumps right in position. They're not even in a judged area. And Trevor Root's like, what's up, bud? Stevens a little late and going outside two. Root getting a little stabby. Trying to figure out what the hell Stevens doing in front of him. As both drivers jump into the outside two. Stevens goes down the hill in the outside three. Root right behind him, now falling into what we like to see. Transitions through the smoke line, following Stevens' line into outside four. Root shortly behind him. Like to see a little more aggression. As I say that, he barks back a little left foot brake. Jumps back through the smoke, right to the side of Stevens' coupe. Both drivers doing a great job through the hairpin here. Root flying right behind Stevens. Right up the bank. Stevens making a gap, but Root's right behind him, trying to clean it up over the finish line. You're 1-2 in points right now. Make some noise for Chris Stevens and Trevor Root.
I think we can guess these guys are #1 and 2 in the points. Gosh dang. Phenomenal run. Unfortunately, I think we saw, just to start this off, Chris Stevens make a tiny error there by coming into outer zone #1 a little bit late, which is definitely going to be held against him because this is the Final Four. This is the battle to see who goes to the final, so you can't be making any errors, let alone right on entry. But the rest of this run is absolutely flawless. Stevens putting down a clinic in the lead, Trevor Root right on his door in the chase, two big smoky V8s. You know that's my speed. I'm a happy camper, Mike. What about you?
You just like push rods.
I do. I love them.
Both these drivers out here for blood. Stevens, you can tell from that Steve Facenda battle where that first corner is everything. Getting a little bit of a shake there and maybe not getting the real estate you were prepared for, but both these drivers are veterans to our course layout here, and you see them clean it up very quickly. Stevens doing a good job once he got outside of outside one and really started to check the boxes where Root was starting to try to chase him down, making some aggressive moves to make his position known. But here we go to the second half of the battle here as Trevor Root takes that lead position. Stevens right on the door, enters, swings with Root's BMW. Stevens, a phenomenal chase going in a one, and Root giving him the real estate. Chris Stevens, right behind there, transitions down, chases Root right through. He is confident behind Root. He knows he can play. Stevens, a little bit of a hesitation there. Maybe Root giving him not enough space to work with. But both drivers jumping to outside 4. Root bouncing into exactly where Sarah wants it. But Stevens right there. The transition from Stevens. Both drivers working their way through the hairpin now. As Root's trying to stand through. Stevens still in position. Wait for it. Oh no! Oh my Lord! Woo!
Oh,
The energy right now is incredible. Trevor Root, Chris Stevens.
are we sure this wasn't the finals? This is wild.
Yeah.
He must have taken off like the tiniest bit of that front bumper there. Goodness gracious.
You watch Stevens size
see
up
this
that
again.
bank the entire time.
Chris Stevens came to play. He said, I know I'm number 1 in the points and nobody is taking me out today, not even number 2, Trevor Root. This is a wild battle.
They literally left me speechless most
Yeah.
of the times I wanted to
Mike's-
watch, and I forgot I had to talk.
Mike
Trevor
is never
Root,
speechless.
I don't shut up, but Trevor Root just doing a fantastic job, giving all the real estate, and Chris Stevens using every single bit of it. He's like, did you seen the interest rates lately? Look at this.
Goodness
Wild.
gracious.
The bumper moved. He made enough space to
Doesn't
get
even
that in.
hesitate.
That's Chris Stevens understands that car.
He had a front bumper full of E36 and he did not hesitate.
Isn't that the second time that he's like defied physics out here? He's like
Probably.
glitches in the matrix.
Yeah, are we sure this isn't a video game?
At
Is he
this
using
point, it
cheat
looks like a
codes?
video game. These guys are driving with their heart and soul. Stevens, his lead lap, a little lackluster, probably going to be the deciding factor in the judges' eyes, but the judges are deliberating right now
The
and trying to
judges-
come up with a decision. But look,
And the judges have their work cut out for them. Now, if the award
Send it
goes to
again.
aggression alone, I almost want to give it to Stevens. But that is only one part of all the judged portions of these lead and chase runs.
we can't forget that mistake you can see on the replay on the left side of your
True.
screen right there was Chris Stevens avoiding the first half of outside 1, where Trevor Root was a robot throughout the course here today. Chris Stevens right behind him, but that's also a testament to the real estate that Trevor Root allowed him to drive in. He had every square inch possible to play behind Trevor Root, where Trevor Root had to clean up his mistakes behind Stevens for the rest of the lap. Even though Stevens put a dominant lead lap through from the majority, we're going to have to lean on the judges for their final verdict because they're going to start splitting hairs getting into the final 4 to make sure that the right decision's made.
Yeah, I can hear them splitting hairs right now. This is a really tough call because there was, a few errors in the lead on Stevens that I think really weigh heavy in the judge's mind, but Stevens definitely had a ton of aggression, especially in the chase position. So this is a tough one. I think sometimes Trevor Root loses out just because he is such a robot. So they low score him a little bit as far as style, but Stevens is bringing style in spades, but he's making some errors that Trevor Root just doesn't make.
You can see Root making a slight error through outside 4, chasing Stevens on the replay there. Just a little shallow trying to clean up that proximity, where stuff like that starts to really add up. It might be little minute details throughout the run versus Chris Stevens' major mistake through outside 1. But this is why I'm glad I'm not a judge. I don't have to do the math, and I get to talk about it. And I get to watch the same stuff you guys get to watch at home. Look at that. The drone guy's doing a phenomenal job. Stevens doing a phenomenal job. Root's doing a phenomenal job. Mike, you're doing a good job too.
Yeah,
Not
you're-
me,
you're
Mike.
doing
Mike
a
Knapp.
phenomenal job,
Michael
Mike.
Napkin's over here.
The drone guys are doing killer.
Hey.
They really are.
Yep. Shout out to Flying Monster. You guys are doing it. Thank you guys for helping us put on this stream throughout the year.
Shout out to our grid workers, shout out to our track workers, shout out to everyone putting this event on and all year, all season long, making this a great season here for the Gambler.
Big shout to the fluorescent boys out there and girls. Thank you guys for standing out in the sun all day.
All of our photographers, we're
We
going to see some
appreciate
great
you.
content from. Thank you guys so much.
And the announcers for making it cool all year.
Mike,
I'm going to
he's
cry.
hitting our soft spot.
I'm going to cry.
He's hitting our soft spot on
Michael
national
Napkins.
TV.
Thank you guys for having us. Thank you for listening to us all year as we wait for the rest of our drivers. Thank you to Sarah for helping me breathe regularly.
I got your back, Mike. Got you 6.
I mean, I might start screaming. It's like records or checkers for me, right?
We can start yelling.
I don't
There's
have to
no
yell or
rules.
anything.
Next year, you got to enter again.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You guys
Yeah,
gotta
let's
get me a
talk about
headset.
Mike.
I got a headset this round. I feel important.
One round, Mike was oh, hold on a second. We have some results from the judges.
Ooh, screw me. Let's talk about that.
Go ahead.
No, I want to hear the results from the judges.
I know the results. You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Chris Stevens gets the win. Chris Stevens, you're number
out
1 in
the
points, going to the finals.
What decided that?
That means Chris Stevens locking in the points championship I believe Foley's too far down in the points race. I would have to do math, not my specialty. I let them do that, so we'll relay on the people to do the math for me. But that is a very solid solidification that Stevens taking home the points championship.
Do you agree? Oh yeah, I agree 100%. Just it's good to just say why.
All right, we're going to bring up our next bracketed drivers now that we found one of our final contestants, Chris Stevens.
Stevens was way more exciting and riskier.
Tripling his Flipsco Let It Ride token into the finals, hanging on to a couple $100 in the Let It Ride tokens, hundreds of dollars in the last man standing. Also sitting in the points championship race in first, and now poised to win everything on the podium.
Exciting stuff.
Stevens could have a good weekend here.
Looks like he already is. And we can shed some light after talking to the judges. It was a split decision. One of our judges chose a one more time. One of our judges was really paying attention to each and every error that came down to it, and they just felt that Trevor Root had a few more errors in the chase position. And the third judge just said that Stevens was just a heck of a lot more exciting to watch drive. So they both had errors in the lead and the chase, and just the excitement factor put it over the top for them.
This
so
just
2-1. One more time to Chris Stevens.
This just goes to the level of driving that these two dudes were out here doing, that they're nitpicking the level of excitement. They're doing what's necessary. They're making minimal mistakes on this massive layout to the point where we have to nitpick that is impressive. So a big shout to both Chris Stevens and Trevor Root. But now Stevens holding on to a plethora of Let It Ride tokens thanks to Flipsco, South Bay Fuel Injectors, East Coast Drift School, waiting for his opponent. But first, we got to see who's going to take the win here. Is it going to be Foley?
Your number one
Rosalski?
qualifier, or the upset, Rosalski? I don't know who I'm rooting for.
I got mixed feelings. I love that truck engine. Foley's BMW is so much fun to drive, but Rosalski came out here with authority. Mike Wazowski. Kevin in an E30 now sitting in that chase position, ready to chase down that BMW of Tyler Foley. The green lights are illuminated. Here we go. The last battle of our final four. Tyler Foley taking that chase position, jumps into that first spot, clicks in well before the last initiation. Kevin starting to follow him in. Both BMWs work their way into outside one. Foley already in position. Kevin trying to mimic his angle. Both drivers rotated into outside two. Kevin a little slow behind, trying to clean the proximity now. Diving in down Foley, doing a nice fluid transfer down to three. Both drivers transfer past that inside clip. Kevin starting to bark now as both drivers working the outside four. Just the way Sarah likes it as Kevin's barking at the door handles, rotate up to outside five. Foley doing a great job, but Kevin's right there. Kevin making as a presence known. Foley rotates out of that reference point. Kevin's not shortly behind him. Kevin makes his move. Foley's exactly where he needs to be. Kevin a little bit of a battle. What a battle here in the final four, the final round of Raceway Park the Gambler. Tyler Foley.
Exciting stuff.
Kevin Rosalski.
We get to see it again, luckily. Thanks to our drone pilots, thanks to the replay. Tyler Foley just zooming in as he does. But Rosalski just on his door, not letting him get away, perfectly mimicking the lead driver's line. Just absolutely flawless. This is going to be a tough one, for sure. And let's give the Outer Zone number 4 rating. Yes, yes, perfect. We love it. Flawless. And this is where Rosalski really puts it right on his door. Absolutely.
Foley doing a great job in that lead position. Kevin also making his presence known. Let's get the second half of this battle underway. I think we're waiting for our judges, okay? Kevin sitting in that lead position in the chicane now. Tyler Foley now ready to chase. You guys at home watching the replay. Foley's solid lead lap, and Kevin giving him the beans. Give him the beans, Kevin. Don't spill them.
Don't spill them beans.
Don't spill the beans.
Everything's on the line here. Who is going to see our number 1 points in the finals?
Who's going to take third place, too?
Yeah, that's a bigger story.
Here we go. Kevin taking that lead position, going past that Drift HQ drag tree. Tyler Foley taking that chase. Both drivers clicked before that last initiation point. Foley trying to close out the proximity before they even get into a route. And Kevin doing a good job clicking off outside 1, but Foley shortly behind him. Foley mimicking the transition, going out to outside 2. Kevin nice and deep, driving down that line with some fluidity. Tyler Foley right behind him. Both drivers transition up that front inside clip. Kevin doing a great job. We'd like to see a little more aggression out of Foley as Kevin's checking the boxes off. Foley a little shy off of 4, trying to close the proximity gap. Both drivers rotate up to 5. Kevin doing a good job getting that E30 into the backside. Foley's right there. This is where Foley's going to shine. Let's see if he can make the mark. Kevin's trying to put it where it needs to be. Foley's right there. Both drivers doing exactly what needs to be done. Make some noise for Kevin Rosalski, Tyler Foley here at the final round of the Gambler.
2 clean runs in the books. The judges are going to have to take a look at these side by side to decide the winner. Man, that is a close one. I think if anything goes one more time, it's this battle. Here we go, side by side.
Look at these 2 battles going side by side here. Both drivers doing almost a mimicry of each other, both putting in the... Good luck, judges. You know what? Just good luck.
I don't know, guys. This is a tough one.
It looks like a video
Tyler
game.
Foley's lead is just absolutely precise.
Foley,
But Rosalski
inch 5.
right there, especially in the hairpin.
Both drivers did a fantastic job, as you can see. The
Oh,
side-by-side drone points of these 2 laps right here. Tyler Foley, a dominating entry into almost every outside zone. Kevin working that E30 into the same checklist. And really it's going to come down to how well and how aggressive those drivers and how stylish they got to what the checklist was. They did exactly what was needed being asked of them, but now each driver has to stylize what we need. This is exactly what drifting is and should be.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see them. I just want to see it one more time. I hope they have tires. I'm sorry. I know it costs money, but like I want to see y'all do it again.
Yeah, that'll be Rosalski's second one more time if this goes one more time. Man, Foley on Rosalski's door in the bank turn. That's my favorite part of it. Hot dang.
It's a good old BMW battle, you know?
Good old BMW battle. Just to go over what the judges are looking for here, each driver in the lead position, we're looking for that 100-point qualifying run. So a perfect score in line, angle, as well as style. And then the chase position, we're looking for the chase driver to use the lead driver as a moving clipping point and put it right in that sweet spot, right by his fender to his door, and just mimic that for lead driver's line throughout the entire run. So the judges are going to break down each zone, see which driver came out on top, which driver did a better job in their respective positions, you know, over 2 different runs. This is a lot to go over.
I'm no BMW guy, but I know that E30 is very different from that E36. Both these cars have different engine platforms, suspension setups, power plants, spectrum of drive, everything. These cars are completely different. You can see those driver choices being manipulated throughout each driver's choice, each driver's run. Those choices being made and how they stylize that, they got their car through the checklist the judges are looking for is exactly how the judges are now judging this run. They're looking for the minute mistakes, but also how stylish each driver can get done what's being asked. This is high tier drifting here happening at the final round of the Gambler, and I'm excited for the rest of these battles.
Christopher runs like
that were good. Rosalski just did a better job of staying in the pocket, lumbering more consistently.
We have a result. Sarah, deliver the news.
I don't know. Rosalski gets the win. Rosalski gets the win. Now, it is a split decision here. So one of our judges said one more time, which, again, you guys know that's where I was
That's what
leaning.
I wanted.
Selfishly, one more time. The
not my
other
money.
2 judges felt that both the lead runs by each driver were absolutely spot on, and it came down to the chase by Rosalski. That was just exactly what the judges wanted to see, so they gave it to him based on his chase. His first Gambler, and he's in the finals.
That sort of aggression out here, I don't know if this guy's a vet to the competition, but if he has this type of mental in his first competition round, this dude's going to be a weapon. He's going to steal money all over the place. This guy is out for blood. He's out to prove a point. He's got one single flame coming out of the fender. What?
Let's talk to one of our judges, and maybe
You got
he
things
can,
to say, bud.
he
Go
can
ahead.
elaborate on the decision and why that was made.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really tough decision. I mean, both drivers did really good. Both lead runs were absolutely amazing. What it really came down to is 2 of us said there was going to be Rosalski, and it's mainly because we feel like he was in the pocket a lot more. A lot of the transition points were better calculated by him as well. I think maybe the unknown factor is that since he's a new driver, maybe Tyler Foley didn't really have too much data on him or anything like that, really didn't know him as a driver and really learn how his habits were and stuff like that. So I think the unknown factor really helped Rosalski, but I don't think that's going to be a factor again. But yeah, for us, 2 of us thought that in the chase, Rosalski was just a lot better into the pocket and more consistently than Tyler Foley at this time.
Sure. And unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and we're seeing him go against our number 1 in points, Chris Stevens, into the finals.
And you heard it from the man himself, Reese Marin, one of our judges here. A tough decision.
You have to. Unfortunately, you have to. And if this gambler, every time
We're going to let these drivers change tires and get their cars ready as we head into the finals. One more battle here, and we might even have a winner. We might have a winner for this round and a winner for the points series as well.
All right, we got our next drivers out, ready to warm up their tires. Wait, Stevens. Where's Stevens? Where's Stevens? That's Root. Wait, Root's just hanging out over there? Oh, we got a streaker. A bogey on the field.
Guys,
Is that a Mazda?
whose mom's?
Whose mom is that?
do not enter signs that idiot had a pass.
You can't
8.
park there.
Can we take bets?
I think we have a wild, to describe it, the situation to everyone at home that's watching the replay, we have a rogue car on the track. Luckily, we have our safety crew monitoring that and having them go back into the pits where they're supposed to go.
I'm just looking for the next window.
Points scenario. For third. We know first and second. You don't have to announce it.
I don't know.
Okay, you
I
gotta,
think
you
it's
gotta.
because he went all the way there, but I think he had to go to the final. Oh, it's a
All right, we had to hire a few sheepdogs to hurdle somebody out of the track entrance. I hope they make it home safe and sound. Please don't drink and drive.
So what's next? What do we have next, announcers?
All right, if you guys are watching at home, throw your comment in the comment section. Do you think it's going to be Rosalski or Chris Stevens coming out on top? Let's hear. I want to hear what everyone thinks. Are you Team Stevens or Team Rosalski?
And a battle for third.
We can hear Chris Stevens coming up to the line now. Hopefully his car is ready to go. If we remember in the last round of the Gambler, Chris Stevens ran out of fuel and ended up losing. So hopefully he has prepped his car correctly so that he can give everyone a run for their money and we don't have any strange interactions happening in the finals. So that's all right in my opinion.
All right, we got a collection of our drivers back in. Chris Stevens working his way out to the grid right now. On the other side of the bracket, Rosalski piloting that E30, the wild card this round, the robber, sitting with 4 times Drift HQ Let It Ride tokens with a total that's 25, 50, 100, 200. $200 worth of Drift HQ tokens,
Wild man.
and then
Coming in here, shaking everything up.
$100 worth of Frito Motorsports tokens. If he chooses to keep those tokens or not, we should ask our track workers if he's choosing to let it ride. But if he's choosing to let it ride, that means they're on the table for Stevens, who's also hanging on to a plethora of let it ride tokens thanks to East Coast Drift School, Frito Motorsports, and South Bay Fuel Injectors.
I think as our general rule is we're going to assume you're letting it ride unless you tell the grid worker otherwise. And we haven't heard otherwise.
We do need a 3-4 battle. I would like to see a 3-4 battle. Yeah, we would like to see a 3-4 battle. I'm speaking for everybody. We like 3-4 stuff.
And in all the excitement, I think we forgot to talk about our third place battle. So we make the third place driver earn it here. They're going to have Foley and Root go up against each other to see who comes in fourth and who comes in third. This is for the podium. You're either standing on the podium or you're standing on the floor.
It's not just standing on the box. There's the big checks to be won. There's hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars of podium checks to hand out. Definitely not hundreds. There's commas in there I can't read.
There's commas, Mike.
That's a lot of money.
You're either grabbing a check or you're grabbing some thin air. And this battle is going to decide that.
I mean, I suggest grabbing a drink at Sneaky Pete's Bar. Tip your
too.
bartenders.
Me too.
Why you gotta lock eyes with them when you're talking?
Because that's how we communicate, dude. They can hear us still, too. What's up, Internet?
Brain cell between us. All right?
they can still
Let us
hear us.
rock. We can hear Tyler Foley warming up his tires in the burnout box, and Trevor Root's right behind him. These two BMWs are going to do battle to see who is our third place driver and who's going to be standing on the bottom of our podium today before we see our final battle.
Thanks, other brain cell.
You're welcome. I don't know if you guys at home can hear that, but we've decided that me and Mike are one brain cell.
One smooth brain.
Just joined.
It's like a bubblegum bubble. All right, Tyler Foley already locked into that lead position with that V8-powered BMW, waiting for Trevor Root. Both these guys on the 2023 Pro Spec roster.
Yeah.
These guys going to the
practice.
Formula Drift rounds. Gonna throw it down with our own, like, Ricky Hoffman, Misko over here.
Yeah, I think we got like a frenemies situation going on.
I mean, these guys have been driving together all year long. These are both some of the most consistent E36s I've
Buddies.
ever had the satisfaction of following.
Yeah.
These guys are locked and loaded. They are aggressive. They're robots. Foley already taking a loss for a loss of aggression. I know his team has spoken about it. So I'm looking forward to his chase. But first, we're going to see what Root's capable of. Ooh, a little nitrous spray out of Root. Really saucing it up here today.
Did that to me.
You think that's
I
purely
might
for
follow
clout?
that guy on Instagram, you know? And here we
A little
go,
nitrous
Trevor
purge
Root
for clout?
jumping behind Tyler Foley. Foley's orange BMW taking that lead position. Root right behind him. Foley jumps into the outside zone number one. Root falling a little bit behind. He should clean out that proximity. Both drivers worked away. Root taking some sacrifices to try to clean up that proximity going to the outside two. Both drivers fluid down the hill. Root now falling into the pocket as Foley's doing a good job giving him the real estate. Root now feeling confident. Jumps back right there on the side of the door. Root's really starting to put the aggression in before they even got into outside four.
this
Root
be
doing a
Trevor G?
fantastic job right there on the side of Foley. Foley holding his composure. Root's right there. This is where the aggression goes. Look at that calculation made by Root as he jumps to the backside, right to the side of it. Makes some noise. This is a third place battle. This isn't even the finals.
I think that nitrous finally kicked in somewhere right before that hairpin, because goodness gracious.
Root just
Trevor Root.
got a little hesitant trying to follow Foley in, but then he was like, screw it, I made a small mistake. It's all or nothing now.
Yeah.
And Root really started to fall into line here, never really falling out where he was supposed to be, mimicking the transitions, front to back bumper, the wheels right there before we even get to judge zones. He's making calculated moves. He's doing a fantastic job in that chase position, but Tyler Foley has given him all the room to play with
Yeah, the
as
perfect
always,
lead to chase.
a butter lead run.
You can't have a great chase run without a phenomenal lead run. So Tyler Foley is putting on an absolute clinic in the lead position to allow Trevor Root to suck up to his door. The fact that he didn't do it sooner,
This is where it's
Questioning.
really going to come into a factor if Foley's aggression in the chase can be showcased through the entire lap. We've spoken about it before where this place is a massive course. We have 7 total zones.
6 outside zones and 1 inner clip. Massive. So many opportunities to either gain or lose points, to make the proper choices or improper choices in the lead and chase positioning. So, you know, it's anyone's game, but we're going to need them both to bring all that aggression in this as we switch them around and let Trevor Root lead and Tyler Foley give chase.
With the tree already illuminated, that green right on the backside of that Drift HQ drag tree as both drivers work their way down the straight. I know they're going to initiate well before that last initiation point, as both drivers do. Foley's already to the door of Trevor Root's BMW as both drivers work their way to outside one. Foley already doing a better job than Root did in his chase. has to leave the room. Getting tight and spicy there as Foley allows him to rotate. A little bit of a deficit of proximity as he cleans it up, going to outside 3. Root doing a good job in that lead, now turning a dominant rotation into outside 4. Foley taking that room, trying to work with, trying to clean up the proximities. Both drivers transition up to the last zone. Root doing a good job getting in. Foley a couple car lengths down. 1 car, half a car length. As Root rotates down to that reference point, back up to the bank wall. Root right there on the side. Foley a little bit of a second place and falls in. Make some noise for Trevor Root and Tyler Foley. Pro Spec's gonna be lit.
You know what? Root.
It's in his
We
name.
saw that. Goodness gracious.
Look at
2
these
identical
side by
V8s just screaming around the track. Gosh. I don't know. That's a tough one. Is Root in timeout for doing tree turn? He may well be.
Actually, yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. What I do need though is the resource so I can tell him. Come here, cutie. Oh my goodness. You alright?
As soon as they tell me, Chris, I will tell you. Now our judges are taking time to deliberate here because although this is a 3rd place battle, it may not seem like it's important. This is extremely important for who's going to stand on the podium today, as well as our points standings. So the judges want to make sure they give it to the driver who showcased the best lead as well as chase run, so that our point standings and our podium can reflect that. So the judges are watching this side by side that you guys are seeing at home, so they can really break it down zone by zone and choose their winner.
This is just a 3rd place battle, and these guys are throwing down a reason why they had a chance to take home all the beans. Trevor Root diving at Foley. Both these guys doing a fantastic job. We're waiting for our judges' final decision as we have our final contestants on the line, Stevens and Rosalski. The wild card Rosalski coming in, cleaning up, has a pocket full of Let It Ride tokens going up against Chris Stevens with that coupe, with also a plethora of Let It Ride tokens. Both these guys came here to run and gun, and they want the big checks. They want the big checks.
Who doesn't?
But
I believe we have our results for 3rd place. We're not going to announce it because we're going to need you guys to join us at the podium after the final battle. We're so sorry, Team Foley. We're so sorry. You're going to have to hang in there and wait for us to announce that. So we have our 3rd place winner. We're going to need our last 2 drivers in the finals to compete here. And once we have our final winner in 1st and 2nd place, we'll meet you behind the bleachers and we'll announce them all on the podium.
Chris
Exciting
Stevens
stuff.
sitting on the line, hyped, burning out of his lead lap. Taillight already missing. Records or checkers, here we go. The final battle of the final round of Raceway Park the Gambler. Rosalski right on the door of Stevens. The wild card, showcasing why he's here, right behind Stevens. Stevens giving him a great lead lap. Rosalski in 830, putting the pressure on as they go down the hill. Rosalski doing a great job. Right to the side of Stevens. Stevens trying to pull away from the 830 now, jumping through that front of the clip, taking out that front and inside clip with his coupe. Both drivers rotating to the forward, but Rosalski's right there behind him. Rosalski backs off, trying to get some spacing to drive into outside 5. And here's Stevens trying to put the push run through. Standing on the limiter through the reference point. Rosalski doing a good, calm drive behind him. Here's showcasing some aggression, falling into the pocket. Make some noise for Chris Stevens. And Rosalski, the rando, the wild card.
That's a rando.
Wild card weekend here, seeing him for the first time at the Gambler. Chris Stevens putting down an absolute clinic, and Rosalski is not letting him get away at all. He's given him a little bit of space here in the center section. That's where everyone picks up speed as Chris Stevens takes out that inner clip. But Rosalski reels him back in, coming into the hairpin. Just absolutely great driving here by both drivers. We're going to need to flip him around change positions and let Rosalski lead and Chris Stevens chase.
We got the sun going down here on track, so track temperatures are going down, but that increase in grip here at Raceway Park is not coming into a factor as both these drivers are driving with everything these things got. Chris Stevens now in that chase position, already seeing a little bit of scars on the side of that thing. He is no stranger for putting that nose exactly where it needs to be. Getting thumbs up from both drivers. They are ready to go. Rosalski in the E30. Taking the lead position. It looks like we got a clean start, no flags on the play. Both drivers goes in the second half of the final battle of the final round of the Gambler. Chris Stevens already barking at the side of Rosalski. Stevens showcasing why he's been on the podium multiple times throughout the season. But Rosalski, the wild card, coming in, checking off the boxes, giving the drive for Chris Stevens to play in. Chris holding his composure, makes his move now, going to outside zone number 4. Drone guy doing nice and low so you can see how close Stevens actually to the backside of that E30. Both drivers rotated to outside 5. Rosalski doing a great lead lap. Chris Stevens right to the backside. Stevens transitions on the back bumper to the E30, jumps to the side. He knows he's got to make his point known. And a solid ending to the lap here. Make some noise for Rosalski and Stevens.
Wow, what a great way to end the year. What a great way to end the Gambler. But hey.
Is it over?
Is it over? We have to make sure the judges have chosen a winner here, chosen a first and second place driver.
Look at these
and
two
in that
battles.
situation, we will meet you guys behind the bleachers, but hang on, because our judges are deliberating, as they should be, to choose their winner.
This is why I don't want to be a judge.
No.
Look at that. Stevens got a little bit of a gap going into outside 4, but Stevens on the door of Rosalski's. Rosalski had to do a little bit of a bobble to clean up his positioning going to outside 5, and Stevens entering 5 a little late as well. The judges have a lot of homework to do, so we're going to be deliberating for a minute. At that time, I please ask everybody here at Raceway Park, thank you for joining us. Make sure you guys make your final stops at the grease truck and the bar before we shut everything down for the evening. While our judges are deliberating, they have a decision. We have a decision. That means we're going to rotate down behind the bleachers to the podium. You guys at home on Facebook and YouTube, you're seeing the side-by-sides right there. Rosalski and Chris Stevens, our finalists here. We're going to crown a winner and our third place verdict, and also our Points Series Championships race at the final round of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. I'm going to take a small walk behind the podium.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are so excited. Join us behind the bleachers here, and we will announce our winners.
Rosalski and Stevens celebrating their great showing out here at the final round of the Gambler, burning off what's left on the wheels as they work their way into the podium. With that sound, if you guys would like to join us at the podium for our awards ceremony, we will meet you behind the bleachers. For you guys at home, don't worry, our drone pilots are skilled enough to fly in the low spaces. Don't worry, they won't take off anybody's hair. I need a haircut though. Boys, help me out. We'll meet you behind the bleachers in just a moment. All right, we got our drivers lined up next to our podium here at the Gambler. I don't even know the results yet. They haven't told me third place. They haven't told me the winner. These judges are keeping their secrets. But while we have this time, we'd like to thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park. Thank you to every single driver and team for coming out all season long, throwing down, burning money away for the showcase of yourself and for the fans out here at Raceway Park and at home. So a big round of applause for every single driver that's come out to our Gambler here. Thank you guys for coming out. A big shout to our staff, bar staff, media, track officials. Thank you all for our sponsors and partners for helping make this event happen all year. Thank you guys for listening to me ramble all year. I'm sure you're sick and tired of it. Don't worry, there'll probably be more. And as we wait for our results, can I get an envelope like Steve Harvey? We're waiting for our big checks to get written and delivered. Oh, he's right there. They're ready. Are you guys waiting on me? Well, that's embarrassing. Hey, bud. All right. We're going to start with our third place finisher. The bottom side of the podium box. A hard-fought battle between Tyler Foley and Trevor Root. Both driving these E36 BMWs, V8s under the hood. But Trevor Root's going to take that third place position.
Wait, that is not right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Root.
It's
You guys did me again. That's dirty. Well, I already made Steve Harvey. Is it Foley?
It's Foley.
Thank you. It's Foley.
Sorry, everyone. We
Misco misshifted that one.
to Misco at all.
Jesus. You made me misshift.
We just wanted to make you really nervous. Congratulations.
I'm sorry, Root.
I mean, what does the check say? Just in case you want to check our work. Yeah. Congratulations, Tyler Foley. What dicks?
All right, well, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. That brings back a whole bunch of PTSD. All right, so now let's figure out who's going to take home the top box. Our number one position. Is it going to be the wild card, Rosalski, or Chris Stevens? And the winner here at the final round of the Gambler at Raceway Park is Chris Stevens.
Who is also your points champion. Give it up twice.
Make some noise for every driver out here.
Number 1, 2, and 3, Chris Stevens, Rosalski, and Foley. Great job to all of our drivers standing on the podium today. Phenomenal driving all season. Throwing us a little wild card at the end.
You know what? Just Misco misshifted me. That's that dude. Yeah, it's you, dude. I'm fighting you. A big shout to Root taking that fourth place position on every single driver that came out for the Gamblers. Let's make some mess, boys. Let's start the party. Congratulations to our drivers, and we'll see you next year at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
Dude, what? Those ass